in 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Our plan is pretty simple. Let's get the party started. Also get Autodash going because that helps a lot. All right, so you do start off with a pretty bad item for offense and defense. We're going to upgrade that with 1 rapier and 1 chainmail armor. That's a lot of defense compared to what all the other character classes would have at this beginning point. And that is going to go on Dan. Everybody else, well, probably not going to need this. One of those things about GBA version is that you can use any inventory item that you want, so being able to waste your turns, not all that difficult in order to get these other fighters killed off here. There you go, it's Day, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes. Pitfaller, welcome in. Glad you enjoy Final Fantasy. Hopefully you enjoy our solo fighter playthrough, which we are just kicking off here tonight. Bradish V, welcome in. Not Canyon now. Let's talk to some imps. I think for the start of the game, it's going to be really, really smooth sailing. The biggest problem that we are going to have to face is just that with only 1 attack per round, Solo Fighter is going to struggle to get over some of the more challenging individual fights. But the good news is that you can save anywhere you want, which is going to take a lot of the pressure off of doing these for many bosses except for Astos. Astos you can always pretty much save directly beforehand, so you don't really get any benefits there. And it will make some of the battles that tend to really push you to limits, like Lich is going to be a pretty tough one early on. I think those are the ones that you worry about, and then pretty smooth sailing for a while. Gator 36. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Get our fighters taken care of. We got 1 more hit to go on Yab too. And probably 32 more hits on Dan. There we go, 1 down. It was a good effort to have too. You couldn't quite make it to Chaos, but it was very close. There goes Osteoclave. Now there are only 2 fighters remaining. Say, well, these imps do a targeting Dark Beth. We would really like to be able to do it in 1 fight, but it is slightly easier if I can reorder the party after this. Put Dark Buff in slot 1 so there's a much higher rate of being targeted. And then have plenty of health left for winning the fight with Dan. Making me nervous that we're going to lose a lot of health on Dan at the start here. CG, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. Cool. Dark Breast down. We can go ahead and switch to offense mode here. Now, let's see if Dan can beat an imp. 1. Really nice that you do get auto retargeting with most character combinations, but with a solo character, auto retargeting not really all that helpful. Well, some things may be less good. Other things are really, really good, and a big thing is going to be getting quadruple our normal experience. It should really skyrocket our levels up very quickly, and combined with the fact that you already get faster leveling in this version of the game, that I think is going to be a very massive deal when it comes to improving our ability to get reasonable levels for things like Astos especially. Alright, did that with one level up. Now we're going to do this. Dan's in the front. And we are not going to look back. 62 should be plenty of health for fighting Garland. Not particularly worried about being able to survive a couple hits during that battle, especially with chainmail armor. You've got tons and tons of defense compared to, again, most character classes. The red mage would also have chainmail, but everybody else would be stuck with, at best, wood armor, which would be +4 defense. So the inns don't revive yet. Yeah, if the inns revived, I would probably have to be kind of somewhat laboriously killing people off every single time, or just buying lots of heal potions. Level 3 picked up. Don't think we need it, though. We probably don't need to completely max our levels in the original version. Fighter did not need to do any fancy manipulations of the level-ups. You could pretty much just go to level 50, take whatever stat gains that you got, and be able to beat Chaos. I think it's going to be tougher on a lot of the character classes because you don't have as many guaranteed level-ups. Fighter, because you got that big advantage, though. And because you can go to level 99 of this version if you really have to. Easily going to have max HP, which is one of the big ones that you had to do manipulations for. Going to have max strength, because you get a guaranteed strength point every single level up. And really just come down to maybe agility as the big one that would be kind of a nice to have for manipulations. And that's probably not worth it. So much slower having to manipulate level ups. 72 versus Garland. Got more health. We got double attacks now. Doing pretty good damage here. Couple of dodges should put us in a great shape. Light Umpire. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 31 months. That is a lot of Dan. Must be even unhealthy amounts. That's pretty unhealthy too. Alright, we'll give Dan one more try here. Might have to go back to the end to get our level 4 health. We did take a lot of damage on the way up. Step number 2 really needs those dodges. Our damage output is fine. We can probably kill Garland in 5 hits. Garland, unfortunately, can kill us in 4 hits. Alright, Dan. Let's get you back to the inn. It was not. Hopefully, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. Hope you're having a good night here. We have just started the solo fighter playthrough. I'd say Dan was at least 17% of the way to rescuing that princess. Maybe even 18. I'll say thank you to PCMN1331. Resubscribing back for 17 months. I mean, the good news is, the more Dan struggles here, the longer it's going to be until we have to do a solo thief. Bank Muscle, welcome in. Thank you much for resubscribing back for 19 months. And thank you both for the good wishes. Hope you enjoy our solo fighter challenge here. The first solo challenge I've done on the GBA version. Previously, we've done all of the character classes solo, no class change on the NES version, which is going to be the hardest overall to do. And so I imagine that For this version especially, you're going to be saving a lot of time just because you level up so much faster and you don't have the gigantic, horrible sequences of level ups that you have to do on NES. Their best version for solo challenges. Well, since you get usable items in this version, that's another really massive advantage. So GBA or PSP would have a fantastically easier time for a lot of character classes getting past the Wizards and Astos. Like, that is half the run for Solo Thief, is just getting past Astos. So I think that if you can kind of cheese those battles for Solo Thief, Solo White Mage, those character classes probably drop down by fantastically huge amounts. Solo Fighter, Solo Black Belt, I think are going to be probably less impacted. And in the late game, where you really are going to be lacking healing, it'll be interesting to see how Solo Fighter does against things like the Chaos Battle. That's where probably I'm most worried about, is you can make your way through the early game with all 6 character classes. Mid-game for all 6 is probably going to be relatively smooth. There's a certain level of power that you get fairly quickly after getting the airship, and then from that point on until Temple of Fiends, there's not a lot of really tough challenges, even for a solo character. But then the end of the game is really, really tough for everybody. Doing this with no class change? Yep, that is the idea. Man, maybe I should have taken the creep fight. There's a lot of damage. I mean, 66 is still way more than we had before. So I believe that now Garland should go much smoother. Oh yeah, damage is way higher now. Modern inventory makes a big difference for solo characters. I don't think solo characters really benefit as much from the modern inventory because you can kind of have whatever you need in 16 slots of gear. You never really kind of struggle as you do with a full party. But a really, really big difference is just that you do have so many more healing items and options that helps out a lot. And those are all added in with the new inventory system. Mr. ATN, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. Nooster, welcome in. Youth of Row, welcome in. Grab the loot. The X potions make it easier. There's not a lot of X potions, unfortunately. X potion, regular elixir, kind of hard to get. It's actually easy to get mega elixirs, because mega elixirs you can get from the 15 puzzle if you get first place, and you get them from the zombie dragons from drops. Those are pretty farmable. X potion, like there's one in the Cardi Islands, and you get elixir at like the Phantom just at the end of the game. Like, there's very, very few of them. But it would be really nice if they were kind of dropped at a decent rate, because that's pretty much all you need for the fighter. You're going to have 999 max HP without any buffs. You don't have to do giant sonics and things. So you're ready to kind of start going with those big single target heals right away. It feels really weird being level 6 coming out of the start of the game here. But on we go. Across the Bridge of Destiny. Phoenix sounds less useful than you would think. Also, soft potions. Those are generally quite bad. What's fun is in the NES version, a little game I do is to try to not pick up any soft potions because you cannot ever get rid of them. On this version, you can at least sell off the items that you're not going to use, so it's not as entertaining when you accidentally pick one up. Go. Dan's bringing the light. He's got his flashlight all ready to go. The bird scene. One of a couple of cutscenes that get added in with this version. They're pretty short and basic, but it's nice to have them. That's the one that probably makes the most sense to have, with an actual introduction to the storyline of the game, giving you a little bit of a plot summary. The other ones are more like, here's a little bit of decoration while you're doing transitions. Things like the airship rising up out of the desert, the canal exploding, Dan exploding. Dan reaching level 7. Dan's probably not winning that one. Dan might not be a good idea, T-Bow. But Dan is the only idea that we've got. Look, I just want to get over to the right-hand side of the screen. Otherwise, I have to take more safety saves. You're basically doing save scumming pretty often in the dungeons to get through things. So this is something you're going to see a lot in the GBA version, the PlayStation version, the PlayStation Portable version, like all the ones that have save anywhere. And especially the ones that have a much higher encounter rate than the original version had. The nice thing is that you can reduce the encounters to 0. And that is one of the really major factors that simplifies the dungeon exploring process quite a lot in remakes. And yes, you can predict the encounters, so you know that a certain enemy is going to be coming up, and you're able to do manipulations to some extent to try and get through things, but you're always going to have at least a certain number of encounters based on the number of steps that you're taking. And here it is way, way easier. I know, Austin, I've got no idea why those ponies are so angry. But they definitely did not seem happy with Dan. And probably for good reason. Alright, I can actually get my sword upgrade probably with our cash. No silver sword in this version until you can get to the outer sea. So we're going to be rocking what is called the short sword in this version, or short sword in the NES version, broadsword in this version. But that'll be a decently large increase in offense. Defense you don't have until you can get over to Elfland, then you can buy the iron armor. Bump us up from 15 to 24, and you can also get the caps and the clouds, but those are at 1 point of defense each. Probably not really worth it. Can you still critical it with any spell? No. That is a pretty significant change that you're never going to be able to insta-kill the bosses with the Bane Sword and things like that. Now, it still works if it is an enemy that is not immune to those attacks. But the flip side is, you don't have to worry about the enemy doing that to you. So, a lot of 3 in 256 chances when you had the ribbon on made some parts of the game kind of frustrating. Like, single character challenges, you're at Temple of Fiends, you're doing great at the start, and then you get hit with like a Bane spell from Carry 2 or Tiamat 2. And that 3 in 206 chance means you have to do the whole dungeon over again. If you're buying any cat claws, I might buy 15 or 20 later on. We could also get some steel armor. We're gonna have ridiculous amounts of cash. This fighter basically stops buying things by the time we get to the airship, so you don't really have a lot of spells to purchase. You've got a pro ring, maybe. That's about it. The bottle. Consumable items are going to be really cheap. And we're going to get a lot of levels by the end of this game. Vicky taken down here. And let's begin the Astos grind. It's going to go on for a while. Unlike NES, you cannot manipulate the ogre encounters, so getting those is going to be a fair bit of luck. Do I get the leather gloves? I think that's the best we can get here. We can actually get the iron armor right now. No reason to wait for their Elfland trip. Maybe you can get Copper Gauntlet at Elfland. Can't remember. I know you can get Iron Shield there. And Elfland. Where we are going next. Not really a strong reason to go to Elfland other than picking up a couple of items for defense. You're going to have basically the same encounters around Elfland as you would around Provoke here, and Provoke will be a slightly cheaper end. But aside from those things, not really much that we super need to do here early on. Then we'll go ahead and grab the cash on a dwarf cave. Just we get our purchases done a little bit faster. Best armor, the Opal Bracelet. Yeah, if you don't have class change, and so you're missing out on the Opal armor and the Dragon Mail, there's nothing really better than the Opal Bracelet. Flame Mail and Ice Mail are going to be the same physical defense, and they're going to have a little bit of weight penalty, so Opal Bracelet wins there. Well, Opal Bracelet doesn't have elemental protection, the ribbon does. And you're pretty much going to be using the ribbon. Cannot see a reason why you wouldn't. So I imagine it's going to be Opal Bracelet, Ribbon, Pro Ring, and either Ice Shield or Flame. It doesn't matter which of the two. It's going to be exactly the same between them. Probably just do the Ice Shield because you're going to get that one first. Pretty much on the walking path while you're going through Ice Cave. We're at level 9. These big ogre creep fights are not ideal, but again, you can't manipulate out the ogres, then you're going to kind of take a little bit lower value battles, and it just makes up for the fact that you're going to have a significantly accelerated XP gain rate. So luckily it doesn't take nearly as many battles per level up. use Procape. Procape is going to be in the shield slot, so that is strictly worse than Ice Shield or Flame Shield. Procape is about the same as like a Silver Shield in terms of defense for things. So anybody that can naturally use any of the elemental shields is going to prefer that. It's only the mages that would take Procapes. Could be an Arachnid. Probably able to. Maybe not. Don't want to be poisoned here. Ooh, a wit? It was pretty close. Ice Silver Vent stun lock from Undead. In this version, I don't think so. I believe that they no longer have the element of fire on their physical attacks. So you shouldn't have any advantage with blocking the stun. The thing that is going to save us in places like the Ice Cave is going to be just that you can save anywhere, so you're not going to have to deal with the random encounters. So like the images and race wandering around. You're not going to have to deal with the gigantic wizard battles, although if you've got the Zeus Golem, this should probably be pretty easy. And you can save right before the big, giant trap tile fight. So you can reroll it to get a better one, or you can just try a bunch of times so you can run away fast enough before you get stun locked. In most cases, what's going to save us is the ability to save anywhere. And that is going to kind of completely change your strategies because you can go much, much sooner through a lot of dungeons. You don't have to obsessively overgrind. And as a result, you can do your grinding in more efficient places. Like I would ideally want to be keeping my levels as low as possible up until probably the eye fight and then grinding the Ice Cave a lot. The only problem is I don't think that strategy is going to work versus Lich. So we might have to figure out some way of beating Lich to get that far. Okay, so we got our cash. Let's get down to Elfland here next. A couple more defensive items picked up. I want my one defensive cap. Some ogres, if we can survive long enough. Probably gonna be a bit of a stretch. Shouldn't you welcome in? Thank you for the good wishes there. Enjoy our solo fighter. Almost got the double ogre. It was very close. Well, there's no weapon upgrades here that we can use for a while. Short sword's going to be our best option. Armor upgrades, though, we do have our iron shield here. We got helmet, which is the iron helmet. I believe that is going to be it for a while. So we're at 32 defense. Let's start probably stocking up on consumables. Got those main things out of the way, so let's get a couple of antidotes. Next big one is going to be these potions. Gonna need a lot of these. James Chungus will come in. I'm hoping this one's pretty fun. We have done solo characters on NES before. This will be the first solo character on GBA. And I picked fighter just because this is, in my estimation, probably the easiest of the 6 classes. Black Belt might be easier. You don't have a nearly as big of a disadvantage at the start, and you're going to be really, really powerful at the end. But I figured fighter would be a good test case to see just how doable these are. They changed the name of the town, so they changed basically all of the names everywhere to match what the Japanese version had. Spells, equipment, monster names. And this was a little bit of a slow process. Like, they probably got like 75% of it changed in the PS1 version, with a couple of weird things where like PS1 had many of the names changed, but then it would still use like Fire 2 for the spell name instead of things like Fyra and Faraga. So they were like in this weird in-between state. And then GBA here is when they kind of finished all the name changes. And I don't think PSP really had, after this, any substantial updates. Gas might be problematic if we get paralyzed here. Yeah. Good experience if we can win. But it's going to be really, really tough. The better translation, it's more akin to the original. Like, there's a lot of positives with the NES translation because they're solving a specific problem, which is you've got a limited amount of space for a lot of names. And so it has to work given those constraints. Especially like weapons and armor are really crunched down. They're actually, in theory, one character less than you think, because not only is it the normal space limitations, but also the icons that they added in take up one of your characters. So just kind of a fancy font that it uses to fit in more information. It's like they're really, really pressed. Monster names, they have a little bit more leeway, but many of the monster names are not going to fit without abbreviations or other things, which is why you have so many kind of shorthand things that you kind of pick up over the course of the game. But then you get to these versions where you can have much bigger text boxes. You can start kind of putting out a lot of detail in the names and bringing back more of the original spirit of spelling out what these things mean. Yeah, Zeus Gauntlet's one where it's like, the plain gauntlet is actually not that helpful for the name. Not any indication of it being, you know, a special item. Whereas Zeus, even though that's kind of a little bit ambiguous what the item type is much more directly indicating that it's going to do something unique. Groger fight here. Groger's going to be really good XP, but very hard to find. They're not a rare encounter, but they are well into the uncommon range, which, again, you will very definitely feel how much of a difference it makes to not have the encounter manipulation. We'd be getting, like, ogres non-stop if it was the NES version. And while you're having to do many more battles per level up, it probably is going to kind of equalize out a little bit here, at least. Hey, Landshaft, thank you much for resubscribing back for 73 months. And thank you for the good wishes. Stan definitely needs a lot of luck. Fighter might be the easiest of the six. Or at least I'm guessing it's going to be the easiest. But it's not going to be easy. Like, there's definitely going to be some really tough stretches. First of which is going to be getting through the Marsh Cave. And because Marsh Cave doesn't really open up anything new, I really kind of prefer getting to where I think that you have a legitimate shot versus Astos before doing Marsh. Unless you want to try and do a wizard grind, which I guess in theory could work. Wizards are worth a lot of experience. It's a trap tile, so you get a predictable fight, but you're probably not going to get enough of the 2 wizard battles to really make it worthwhile. And you only have 99 heal potions, so you're going to be able to do a couple of wizard fights, and that's about it. The first GBA solo character, yes. I've done a bunch of GBA challenges in the past. And I think a lot of the 4-character challenges are going to be not super interesting here. Done 4 white mages. That one's pretty fun. I think 4 thieves would be a good challenge as well. They've done on PlayStation 1, but not on GBA. But solo is definitely going to be still very, very challenging in this version. You do not get a break on all the nice upgrades. Going to get another stack of heal potions. I think this is to like 50 or so. I guess if we do want to try the wizard grind, I would really want to max these out. Like another 50 heal potions. That's 2,000, maybe a couple of in trips. So we need 24, 2,500. Already got all the gear done. Probably check the weapon sword just to make sure I'm not forgetting about anything here in Elfland. I don't think you get a better weapon than the short sword. Yeah, those are all really, really trash. Saber is kind of interesting because it's got a better attack in terms of base damage, but its accuracy is not as good. And so I think if you're kind of angling for a 3-attack fighter at Astos, the Saber is just going to take a lot longer to get there. Slayer's Paul, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. I'm glad you've been enjoying the historical challenge runs, Iceman J. Probably have another one up on Tuesday for YouTube. Gotta figure out which ones have still yet to be published up there. I've got a few that are more modern versions, so like the remakes. And one in particular that might need a little bit more breathing room. It's just doing the PlayStation 1 Solo Thief Challenge. That is like 17 hours of fighting Astos. Buying a long sword at Melmond, no, because by the time you get to access Melmond, you also have access to Crescent Lake where the Silver Sword is. Silver Sword is still the best purchasable weapon. It's just that you can no longer purchase it at Elfland. You have to wait until you kill Astos and have Outer Sea access to be able to get to it. So they did heavily nerf what you could do pre-Astos. But it's not like it changes what the overall kind of best configuration is. Girls, we're looking for ogres here. It's also conceivably possible that you could get some fights at Peninsula Power. A solo Zombo, maybe a double giant, is theoretically doable. It's just you have to probably cycle a lot of battles to get something that you get to take. And even then, I don't know what our odds would be at winning those. It would be really, really good experience, though, compared to pretty much anything we get in the normal parts of the world. Down here, basically, it is ogres or bust. GB Scotland, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes and hope you're doing well there. Getting pretty close to being good for Marsh Cave. I think at this point you have enough HP to tank a few wizard hits. You got a 2-wizard fight, definitely winnable. 3 wizards probably winnable as well at these levels. But then Astos would be a very sizable challenge still. So we have a little bit of time before Astos looks like it is close to achievable. Obviously, got to survive the rub. So first attack is going to be just dodge or reset. But in the remix, there's a lot of things that Astos can do that is going to make it a much, much tougher fight. First of all, he's got double HP. All bosses have some pretty big HP buffs. And then you got to deal with slow. You got to deal with dark. All these things actually working adds up to the fighter having to pass a lot of magic defense checks. Getting back and smoking in. I hope you enjoy the solo fighter playthrough. Everyone that missed the intro at the start, I've got no idea how long some of these challenges are going to take. That's why I've been kind of putting them off. When they were in the middle of the Final Fantasy season, it would have been kind of disruptive if you start a challenge. It turns out, oh, it's actually going to take 4 nights to do. So I wanted to do it during the off season. But it's not a very consistent level of challenge. Some parts are going to be really, really hard. I imagine for solo fighter, kind of tricky to get past Astos. It's going to be very tough getting past Lich. And then pretty easy up until getting like Chaos. And it's going to be really, really tough at Chaos. Shainzel. Astos only have 20 absorb in this version. Yeah, Astos is mainly tough because of all the spells that can happen. So you have to get very lucky for like 6 turns in a row. So that you have enough time to get a lot of damage in. And it's also why I want to get a good amount of levels here so that we get through Astos' physical absorb as quickly as we can. But Astos is going to be mostly a damage race check. If you get into the fight for too long, like you start getting around to like Lit 2s and Fire 2s, maybe you could tank those. But you definitely don't want to get like another couple of slows and darks, which can really shut down the fighter's damage output. I thought the PS1 version would be easier for the Thief. It was easier, except for Astos. Astos was 1,000 times harder on the PlayStation version, which, considering how hard the NES version was for Astos, that was very, very unexpected. Why I worry about that fight a lot for doing these, unless you want to grind out a bunch of bangs and then just Lit 2 Astos with any character class. But Fighter at least has some pretty big advantages, because you have a much, much better weapon. And that goes a long way to getting through Astos' Absorb. Magic item, you're still restricted to what is equipped. No, you can use anything that you want from the inventory. So you're able to hold on to all the gear. You can use any item, any round. The only restriction is that when you have multiple characters, you can only use as many copies of the item as you have. So if you have, let's say, 2 light axes, you can have 2 people light axe per round. You couldn't have a third person do it. Solo character, not really a problem. we doing for money? 3,400. So we have enough cash to get our heal potions maxed out. I think we take one more level up and then go over to Marsh Cave. This seems like it's probably good enough to get through Marsh and directly into Astos. I'll look into whether wizard grinding makes sense. It would certainly be much better experience, much faster than trying to pull out these ogre fights. But it's also going to be a lot of heal potion consumption. Don't know exactly how long you could wizard grind on a single tank. Guys, we're actually in a one-shot territory here. I feel like that has taken much longer. NES with the short sword. As soon as you get like level 6, level 7, somewhere around there, you're going to see a pretty decent number of one-shots on these ogres. And fighter roll, you get the effects around much, much sooner. Feels like it's going a lot slower for your damage ramp. Like a fighter with 3 attacks on NES is going to be just an absolute powerhouse on NES. Whereas here it's like, a little bit more damage. Nothing too extraordinary. Probably the low rate of critical is a bit of a factor there. Level 16, please. I know you're pretty close. These things, they are not really going to happen. Still not going to happen. That'll happen. Well, it's all ogre now. We got level 16 picked up. Our health is better than we would be at the Ice Cave on the NES version, which is pretty solid. I feel like Astos isn't gonna know what hit him. But we'll know. Then it was Dan. Yeah, maybe a couple times just in case. Nice to heal up outside of the fight without having to eat heal potions to go back to a town. The MP recovery, not nearly as useful as you might think. And it's definitely really, really good that the game does not automatically revive your character when you stay at the end. Alright, let's go. If I beat Rubicante, I think Rubicante is going to be much easier than Chaos, but if you wanted to do the optional dungeon battles, the ones that are tougher than Chaos, I mean, really just Shinru and Omega for the Final Fantasy V bosses. There might be something in the Final Fantasy VI dungeon that is kind of rough, but it doesn't really seem like you would be getting a ton out of those. And other than Final Fantasy V and 6 dungeon, like, you're not going to get any super cool items that you can use. Potency 3 and 4, not a lot of benefit over the regular base game dungeons. The only big one is that obviously 4 dungeon does have that 4th ribbon. But that's a fixed item. It's not even kind of a random drop or anything. Yeah, Shin and Omega both hit very hard, and they have tremendous amounts of defense. You have to spend a long time buffing to be able to do damage back to them. That combination is really, really rough for the fighter. And it's the reason why I think that the Chaos fight is still going to be pretty nasty at the end of this, is that Chaos has got 20,000 health. That's a lot. And even if the Masmin, you are probably not breaking 1,000 without a bunch of buffs. So to get to a range where you can realistically kill Chaos before, Cure 4 happens or you take 1 billion damage is going to be probably like 6 to 10 rounds of buffs. And that's a long time to survive that fight. But yes, you will have 999 health. You'll have a couple of full restores. So practically, let's say Chaos does enough damage that you have to full restore every 3 rounds. Well, that's a turn every 3 rounds. So you'll get 2 out of 3 of those rounds to actually do stuff in. You're probably going to need like 3 to 5 full restores just to get your buffs off. And then after that, you're probably going to need another 2 or 3 full restores to get enough damage out of Chaos. This is just like my guess about what it's going to take. Alright, looks like the fighter might be decent leveled up. But your legs are definitely still very broken. Ooh, yeah, we'll take a look. Those are way better than that. Here, this isn't really super useful for a fighter, but you can sell items, so you might as well get some cash while you're picking things up here. The Solo Thief winning. The Solo Thief, I think, is going to be an interesting one. Like, a lot of information is going to be picked up during Solo Fighter here about how much manipulation is required with the level ups, how practical it is to do some of the battles at certain levels. This is where we learn things. And the Solo Thief is where we go suffer. Nice 2 visits. This should be a good indication of like how grindable Wizard Fight is. I think it's going to be kind of rough because even with 2 wizards here, it's not the easiest battle. 3 wizards is going to be winnable, but it's going to take some work. Practice to see what the wizard grind is like. Okay, 4 wizards, probably not a good idea. Especially if Dan goes last. Look at rates corrected in this game, so all the bugs are fixed. You have a completely revised system for vertical hits, magic defense, spell damage with intelligence, like everything is updated. And as a result, it is pretty significantly rebalanced, and some of the character classes that were very, very good before are a little bit less good. Like Fighter and Red Mage do see a bit of a downgrade. Red Mage is special. Fighter, I think, gets not as big of a hit overall to your power level like you have with a red mage that just gets their HP totally nuked. But it certainly feels like there is less of a gap between fighter and other character classes in this version compared to the previous ones. One of the things that gives me the tiniest bit of hope that something like Solo Thief might even be potentially doable is that at least things are buffed a bit. And so Thief is going to have a much easier time in the very early game. Still going to suffer a lot at Astos. And probably really, really a lot at Lich. But it can probably be done. No, it's wizards. And it's roll 18. I'd say this is practical. Like, I don't think the 4 wizard fights are really worth it. 2 and 3 is going to be the sweet spot here for a wizard grind. But I'm not using that many heal potions per fight. It's 50 HP per heal potion recovered, guaranteed, outside of battle. So you get a full heal with 7 potions right now. And that means you can pretty much do 13 to 15 of these. Each one of which is worth significantly better than the fights that took a long time to get a single encounter of outside. Was the level cap in this version 99? And it's not as amazing as it sounds because a lot of things are kind of stretched out as a result. So you get a lot more levels, but you also get smaller gains in a lot of levels. But ultimately, I think you do come out pretty significantly ahead. Like a level 60 to 70 character in the remakes feels stronger than a level 50 character in the original. Anything past that as you go up to 99 is just kind of pure bonus. The big thing is that with all these like level ups, you can get 99 health on everybody. It is not nearly as random or required that you get absolute perfect rolls to be able to do these things. It's going to be pretty easy to max out whoever you want. We're grinding on the wizards. We are definitely grinding on the wizards. And the reason is because you can't manipulate the encounters. So getting a really good fight like the Groger battles takes a pretty long time. So I'm doing, maybe 10 resets to get better encounters for each ogre fight that I'm taking. That's a pretty hefty amount of time that you spend out there. Whereas wizards, you're going to get these every single step. And so assuming that you can win the fights, which is currently very, very close. This is a pretty efficient way to level up. Or at least that's my guess of it. There might be better ways of doing these. Well, that's why we're doing the science with one of the easier character classes. Better the Middle Outlaw, welcome in. Hope you enjoy our solo fighter playthrough tonight. We are currently past ogre time and into the wizard grind. I think a little bit more than probably off to Astos. Post Astos, I get some pretty good equipment upgrades. So while you could conceivably grind here for quite a while longer, like the experience is still worth it, you're going to be much more efficient at grinding if you've got a silver sword and get a little bit better defense with a silver helmet and silver shield. So you can definitely get some upgrades. at the corner. They're going to be much easier to access. You can take one more level. Level 20 is where we're going to cut it off for the grind here. Hopefully 20 is going to be fine for Astos. It would definitely be easy killing Astos if I did the 15 puzzle for some boat items. But I want to save those as best I can, because once you start putting times on the 15 puzzle leaderboard, you can't take them off. And so if you happen to need specific second or third place times in order to get things like the Hermes shoes, which I think is going to be pretty useful later on to have fast, then you might get very, very stuck. And so I'm, idea-wise, saving the boat until the last possible moment. And that will hopefully allow me to get whatever items I need without a whole bunch of inconvenience. Alright, level 20's done. Nothing else really important here that we can grab. Stuff like the copper bracelet is not worth enough money to really bother going over there. You're going to have plenty of cash. We have plenty of the poisonous party mix. Hit the party and poisonous with every bite. Alright, that is Marsh Cave complete. Now let's go get that Astos fellow. Another factor that might influence your level patterns is that you don't get the MP for class change if you're going to be class changing. And so, if you did want a class change, it would be pretty easy with a solo character to level up so high that your total MP is going to be quite limited. For us, doing no class change, hopefully not going to be much of an issue. Hey, little squirrels. I hope you have a good time tonight. I hope you're ready for this time. It's Astos time. Even Fighter 1 hour feels really good compared to a lot of the NES challenges. So let's see how we do here. Did we fall into Astos' clever trap? Or is this going to be an easy victory? I think it's going to be okay. Because it does the rub, the slows, the darks. I hope that Astos forgets how to use spells. Good dodge there. Damage is really good here. Like I said, he's not using spells. I think we got this pretty much set. Wow, this is really good luck. All right, here comes the slow. Double dodge there. Look at that. I believe Astos is cooked. That was a really good fight. Dodge the rub and the slow, and Astos used a whole bunch of physical attacks, which is not really super common. Astos will have a pretty high percentage every single turn of using spells. That's pretty much all we need. 20 hours shorter than Soul Thief. That is sad, but probably true. And Yeah, Astos only got to spell number 3. If he goes further past that, that's when the Fighter 2 and Lit 2 starts. But a big part of the grind is getting enough HP that you could just tank those. And then after the Fire 2, Lit 2 is when he does another round of debuffs. So you have a second cast of Slow, which if that hits, it really destroys your output for damage. And then Dark, which in this version also destroys your output because that'll functionally be like Slow, cutting your number of attacks down tremendously. And if you survive those, then it's back to the beginning again, which you are probably not going to enjoy. Come on, these things are super slow. How come we cannot run away? Normally, ogres are like a free run by the time you're maybe like level 12 or 13. I guess the fighter is not super fast. You only got one character, which is going to compound that problem. If you had 4 people trying it, let's say it's a 60% chance, then your odds of success are very, very high. Whereas solo fighter is going to be eating a lot of can't runs. Hey, Battery LSD, welcome in. Thank you for the wishes and enjoy the solo fighter challenge. Made it past Astos, so we're doing very good for the early game. Next really, really big obstacle is Lich. That's one where I don't quite know what we need. Because Lich is, like the other bosses, very heavily buffed. So a lot of HP to get through. The odds of getting paralyzed pretty high. Put to sleep as well can be annoying. That's only one round. It's still basically losing you turns at a very high rate, which is something you cannot really afford, given how much damage you take on these. Alright, there's our herb. And soon, there's going to be more shopping opportunities. Really what we're here about. Being able to buy the silver sword. And a couple other silver items. Why does Bulls have to be so fast? Why does our fighter have to be so slow? No, we're definitely behind on agility because we're going pretty late in the round as well. Unlike the NES version, you do get turn order benefits from being fast, in addition to the running away benefits and the dodging benefits. So it is kind of noticeable. Especially against things like nightmares or frost dragons, things that are super, super fast. Those can be a really big menace. These things should be slow enough, though, that we succeed nearly all the time. thing right here. This thing. This item over the bed. And it locked. Like a magic key. Alright. Let's start thinking about stuff we can pick up. Item-wise, there's a lot of good treasures and key lock boxes. Do I need the money that badly, though? Really, what do I put this cash into? If we got enough money for a silver sword, a shield and a helmet, gauntlet, I guess. Heal potions, that's pretty much it. Getting the HD Dragon Quest games, so they are pretty interesting. They're definitely different, especially as you get towards the earlier and earlier ones, like Dragon Quest 3. It's got a lot of changes, but it's not nearly as dramatic of a revision as 2 is, and 2 is not as dramatic as 1 is. Because they didn't really have a lot to work with, so they're having to invent more and more out of kind of thin air to be able to bless these games out. But they're definitely pretty fun to play, and unless you're really eager to play them right now, I would say just wait until they are significantly cheaper. There will almost certainly come a time within not too many months where they are half price. Maybe down to $20 for a lot of them. So paying like the actual retail price is not really worth it unless you want to play them right away. I will go ahead and get the equipment out of Temple of Fiends. That's 2 swords I can sell pretty fast. Rune Sword and Wear Sword probably never really help me out here. They do have some bonuses, but compared to the Silver Sword, which you can just buy, it's going to be almost certainly better under any circumstance I can think of. Yeah, it's my impression as well, Towns. Like, they're really fun. But considering you have to buy 3 separate from 1 and 2, if you want to get all 3 of the games at full price at the $120, which is probably a lot for what they are. And it looked like Dragon Quest 3, which came out less than a year ago, is already down to like $30 for the sale prices. So I imagine that by the end of next year, 1, 2, and 3 is going to be probably possible pickup for like $40 total. Then you're going to be getting a pretty good deal out of them. Never mind, we just murder the gargoyles. That is our new plan. The Rune Sword here. So through Dragon Quest 11, that's already a lot of hours. Most of the modern Dragon Quest games, like, even as early as 4, but certainly by the time you're into the Dragon Quest 7 and beyond era, which is when the series came back to the English language market, it became a series that was exclusively like 100 plus hour adventures. where so the other one's the soft potion, which for a solo fighter, not really all that it's useful. How much is the HD storyline padded out? It is a bunch of extra bosses and encounters. So things are going to force you to take your time a bit going through level ups and learning all of the new abilities and equipment that's added to the game. Like, it is not going to play at all like the original releases did. But then a big chunk of it is also optional, where you can kind of skip by it, especially if you are not playing on the super high difficulty levels where the challenges get really ridiculous. Then it's, you know, moderately longer than the originals, but not like a million extra things. I think it probably scales kind of inversely with the game. So like Dragon Warrior 3, less stuff added in that is kind of required as part of the main path. And as you go to the easier and simpler games, it's going to be more stuff added in because they just had more room to put stuff into. And yeah, I definitely recommend it. We are still not Ogre getting some ups before we get to the real serious stuff. I feel like once we get the Silver Sword, then probably Peninsula Power is definitely a viable strategy. Will probably be strong enough that Double Giant, definitely, maybe Triple Giant. Can almost certainly also get Double Zombles. Troll's gonna depend on how much defense we get. I feel like our defense should be good enough that the troll damage is going to get pretty heavily blunted. But I kind of want to see it in action because I am sometimes surprised with these remakes about very small changes in numerical parameters that really have a dramatic effect on how the game actually works. Our other big option is grinding on Earth Elementals, or Holo Giants, which Holo Giants have to deal with the Iguanas, which are just kind of like basically wasting turns having to attack them. And Earth Elemental is kind of hitting you very, very hard. But at least you can buy 99 heal potions a little bit faster. And both of those are trap tiles, so you don't have to worry about the time spent wandering around getting the encounters. Got all the good boxes there. One chest we will leave behind. The dwarves still have their treasures. More thing to do is head over to Crescent Lake so we can get all of our shopping done there. I think we should be good. I don't think I need the power staff. I don't think doing a mummy grind really makes sense. Solo character, mummy is a pretty bad fight because you're going to get sleep touched a lot. And with only one character, you can't really afford that. It's not as bad as stun touch, but still going to be pretty rough doing those. The early Ultima games, I would have a hard time seeing anything with Ultima 1 through 3. Like, those are a product of their time in that when they came out, they were really ambitious and creative games. But they're also so kind of fundamentally unique that making them kind of flesh out to a modern standard would be impossible. 4 is the first one where I think you could do interesting things with it. Like, 4 has a lot more in terms of like story and mechanical systems that make sense to expand upon. It's like 4 through 6 is the trilogy to be pretty interesting. 7 to be pretty good as well. Like, that one has also much more fleshed out world because it does have a 3D design already done. And then 8 and 9 kind of suck, so those may not be worth doing. But you also find out, like, who actually owns Ultima these days? And do they even care? A remake including Small Children and Spooky Ghosts. I mean, that might be too traumatic for modern audiences, but I am sure they could do their best. Alright, so we can kind of barely beat trolls right now. I think it gets better once you've got more defense. But that's a sign that the troll fight probably not that great. What the giant fight is like. Yeah, giant fight's probably pretty good. If you're doing mostly solo giants, say 2-3 heal potions per giant. Not totally unreasonable. You're gonna get almost no iguana damage. So you could probably do Hull Giants pretty well. Earth Elemental, I imagine that's going to be probably more like 8-9 heal potions per Earth Elemental. Like, in terms of survivability, it is not as good as Hull Giants is going to be. And I think Hull Giants is probably better than Peninsula Power. There's a couple of guesses right now, but that's what I'm currently thinking about. Yeah, we should maybe get these after I get defense sorted out. So we need to get 1 shield, 1 helmet, and 1 glove. Those are all upgrades. We're gonna get 1 sword. Everything else, I believe, can go. What's on the swords? That I can't get the swords back does make me slightly hesitate, though I'm pretty certain I don't need them. So now we can see what we can pick up here. So almost a full complement of high potions at this point. We really have a ton of recovery for doing a grind here. It's a bit of a sale to get back to Crest Lake to buy more high potions, but That basically quadruples the amount of time that you have in between trips out. And I'm going to guess that the trip is probably a big percentage of the overhead of setting one of these grinds up. This could be good. Casual 400 points. This is not casual in the slightest. We're going to hit 999 very relatively early compared to what you might expect. And this will be true for all 6 character classes, is that capping out on HP is not all that difficult. For fighter, because you get a guaranteed strength point, capping out on attack power is pretty much guaranteed. So realistically for fighter, if you wanted to manipulate things, the only thing you'd be kind of thinking about is probably agility or luck to be able to get better evasion. And that doesn't feel like it's really worth it. But it is a good indicator of what life is going to be like if you had a character class that was not nearly as enjoyable when it comes to their guaranteed stat gains. They would probably have a lot more work in this early game to be able to get off the ground and getting good overall progress towards taking on the mid-game encounters. So right now we're at 4 hits with the Silver Sword. Accuracy. So you're not that far off from a 5th hit. I think at a minimum hitting 5 attacks would be probably a good idea before trying out Lich. 6 attacks, I imagine, would be quite a lot of work. The best sword for the fighter, so it is going to be a little bit weird because you have in the bonus dungeons a lot of gear that does not exist in the original version. So one answer is that if you're just sticking to the base game, Sun Sword is the best thing until you get the Mazmune. And because you can get the emergency exit item off of a purple worm drop, you can get the Mazmune and then exit out of the dungeon. So you can actually use the Mazmune to grind with, which is tremendously better than not having it. So you do the bonus dungeons. There's other stuff out there that I believe is fighter equipable. Certain fighter can use the Ultima Sword and the Barbarian Sword and all that in the remakes. Not something that really comes up all that often, but I feel like at least some of these items are very, very liberal what they allow people to use. Alright, Giants, let's see how you do. It is kind of annoying with these iguanas in the way. That is definitely going to be a slowdown for these. But the big question is it better doing the Giants or the Earth Locust? Able to one-shot Giant even with a really big critical. It's almost only 2 hits per Giant. Each iguana is going to be 1 hit, and they don't really do much damage to you, so you can kind of ignore those. So let's say you take something like 5 or 6 giant hits. That's about 150 damage. We probably got it pretty close to an average fight right there. Let's see what we do on the Earth. Gonna go into any bonus dungeons. I don't think any of them are really worth it. If I was 3 and 4 dungeon are gonna be easy enough to do, but they don't have any useful items. Like maybe get some of the stat gain drops, and you could slowly pump up your stats. I think it would take a very long time though. And the Fantasy 5 and 6 dungeons are probably too tough for a solo fighter. Like, it would be potentially very good equipment if you could beat the bosses, but that is almost certainly harder than Chaos in a lot of cases. So it doesn't seem like it would help. Alright. How are you today? There's probably going to be 3 attacks. Always singles. I kind of think the Earth grind's better than the Giant grind. Maybe not by a huge amount, but I like the consistency a lot. Not quite as many heal potions as I feared. This is like 4 heal potions per Earth. I was worried it's going to be like 8 heal potions. Like you go nearly get taken out. But it looks like you're not getting hit for hundreds. It is in the high end of the 99s. Well, that's about it. Just the red hair for the fighters. So we're going to miss a lot of things by the time that we are done with these. Especially, we're going to be very missing our sanity if we do a solo thief. Box. Take that, Earth. Dear, welcome in. It's okay. We will suffer together. For Dan's sake. Let me tell you, there's got to be a lot of suffering. But the Pixel Master versions don't have the bonus content. I think that, for the most part, it's okay. Odyssey 1's probably the only one of the 6 games where the bonus content is good enough to kind of recommend people going through. You have the 4 Dawn of Souls dungeons, and then also Labyrinth of Time from the PSP version. That's a bunch of neat extra stuff added in that doesn't really detract from the main story or gameplay. Odyssey 2 is okay. It's got a bit of an epilogue for all the characters that were guest characters during the course of the game, and honestly, you don't really care about them too much. So if you really, really enjoyed it, yes, you could play a little bit more Final Fantasy 2. But I don't think that the bonus content was ever particularly strong for the later ones. Like 3 and 5 had a couple extra character classes that are in games where you already have a problem of having too many choices. Especially Final Fantasy 5, you have just so many classes that the biggest trap is getting distracted and trying them all out when you really just want to be kind of focusing on a very, very small number. A lot of ways, the 4-job Fiesta actually makes gameplay easier rather than harder because it forces you to use just a limited set of character classes. And then 4 and 6 both add kind of very forgettable story extensions to the game where I think for the most part people are quite happy not playing them. Especially 5 and C4. 6 is not as bad. A little lady for Lich. Well, the big thing I wanted here, which I just hit, is the 5th attack on the Silver Sword. See, now we're doing much better taking down these Earth Elementals. So now you're looking at probably 3-4 heal potions per fight. Doesn't give you a lot of information about how Lich is going to go, but it does mean that these battles just got a whole lot easier. And your next big breakpoint at 6 attacks is not going to happen for a while. So I'm hoping this is roughly good enough for Lich. But I think we will probably find out pretty fast while doing this whether or not that is the case. We're still getting levels reasonably fast, which is nice. That is probably going to change at some point here where we're going to start seeing like so many fights pillow up that you just kind of want to do something else. Which would be a pretty good sign that we need to move on. Alright, 4 Earth Spell up is still quite good here. 138 for accuracy. I need 160 to get the next bonus attack, which seems pretty far away. I think if we struggle, we can come back and do more Earths. But this feels like good enough for right now to give at least Vampire a go. Vampire we should be able to crush pretty easily. Get all of the Earth case stuff done, and then because we've just be parked at Lich to be able to retry it a couple times. Like, I'm expecting Lich to be kind of nasty still. Big thing is Lich just got so much health that even if we're doing like 100 damage per swing, it's going to be a while. Whereas Lich is going to be pounding out spells pretty much non-stop. And also stun touch, which is kind of problematic for us. I think I just posted my way through this. Not like the fighter needs to get any spell slots recovered. Got the one-shot bulls. Should be a good one-shot everything here, except for Giants, Earths, and Lich, and Vampires. Probably also gonna one-shot the Vampire. Get rid of the bosses, get a lot more health. Yeah, the bosses are very buffed. Most of them are only double health, which is already a significant thing because it very much changes the dynamics of can you barely outlast a boss? Well, double health, definitely not. But then it starts getting really wacky with things in the late game, and if you didn't have the power glove, it'd be quite problematic. But I feel like other than Chaos, who's got 10x the health and probably like nearly 2x the damage, that's the only one where late game I worry about, even with power glove. What are you doing turn-wise? Looks like you're going pretty late in the round, which means running from these things might still be kind of tough, but you got it first try. So who knows? That's out of the way, Matt. Well, the changes, the ones that would be the most impactful if they were brave enough to do it, would be killing these bats. It would be so nice. Should be a pushover. Thanks, Nyla. Welcome back. Thank you much for resubscribing for 19 months. And thank you for the good wishes. We're doing a solo fighter playthrough. At least we are starting one. I don't think that we are going to get all the way through the game in one night. I do have, at a minimum, 2 nights planned for this. It seems like night number 1. We'll definitely be able to get through the airship. We'll have a lot of the tough early game things out of the way. Night 2 is going to be focused on kind of grinding through the fiends, getting a lot of level ups so we can be ready for Temple of Fiends. Probably also grinding items. I'll figure out exactly what I need as we get through this, but I kind of imagine that a couple of Hermes shoes for fast is going to be important. At least 1 for chaos. But it'd be nice to maybe have a couple extras. And then I bet we're going to need a bunch of Mega Elixirs. I don't quite know the exact quantity, but I think if we have 6 full recovers, we have a chance. And as we get closer and closer to 10, then it should be pretty easy. Maybe nights are going to have hopefully no nights. The idea is to do this without class change. Another idea is to murder this vampire. I'll call that idea a tremendous success. With vampire down, fair bit of travel to get to. Sorry to get to the rod and get back here. But we are at least well on our way to being done with Earth Cave. Assuming our levels are sufficient, which we will definitely find that out when we get to Lich. Take the remix tracks. This version of the game's got some really good music. This is the first one that has a whole bunch of additional boss themes. We'll get our first one when we are fighting the Lich, but there's 3 extra boss themes added in. 1 for the male fiends, 1 for the female fiends, and then 1 for chaos. And on top of that, the regular music's been upgraded a bit as well. There's a lot of games where the Game Boy version, because of the limitations of the physical hardware, they have to kind of remix the music in a way that distorts it a fair bit. Like, one of the big things is that little tiny speaker on a handheld console is going to have, like, no bass. So if you want to have any deep sounds, you have to really kind of overemphasize those, which then sounds funny with playing it on actual, like, real speakers. But they do a pretty good job in this version of the game with not making the music kind of super distorted, but it still actually sounds really good on the physical handhelds if you ever play them. It was weird the cast didn't have his own fight theme. I mean, in the original version of the game, you're talking about an era where it's pretty typical for a game to have something like 6 to 8 music tracks total for the entire game. So the idea of having a unique boss theme is kind of pretty far out there. And the reason that, like, Dragon Warrior 1 can get away with it is that Dragon Warrior 1 has nothing else for music. It's pretty much just one theme for the overworld, one theme for the towns, one theme for dungeons. And Final Fantasy had different dungeon themes for every single area. So it needed a whole lot more music tracks dedicated to all of the other dungeons of the game, and couldn't really have it for, like, a single fight. It would have been nice, though. It also would have been very nice if this Titan had remembered to put on pants. And that's why the Titan is departing in shame. Alright, so we murdered many ogres so that we could be here tonight. And now that we got the rod, we will soon be murdering a lich. Or at least that is the plan. If this lich thing does not work out, I would be able to grind a little bit in the dungeon. I could use up all my high potions. I don't think that they are going to be helpful to have during the fight itself. So that's a pretty decent number of recoveries that we can put out there. If there's any chance of Phantasy Star remix happening, I would say that there is absolutely no chance, except there have been some remakes of really weird and obscure games that I have no idea why people are remaking these things. Like, there was just a period of time where I guess money was really, really cheap for loans, and so you could pretty much hire one of these infinite dev teams, throw some cash at them, and at least break even for a remake that might sell, like, not very many copies. But I kind of feel like that time has passed. So if your favorite series has missed out on the remake train, it is substantially less likely now than it was 2 or 3 years ago to get a series remake made. And it'll probably continue to be true for a while. Like, you can see the general trend of the number of remakes coming out trailing off a lot. And also the type of remakes coming out, which fewer and fewer of them are going to be like the really old full game conversions. And most of the ones that are still kind of in the works are going to be things like, oh, we're going to update the PS4 version to PS5 and add one tiny detail to it. Like the very low effort ones that are most of it is continue selling copies of a game that is not that far out of print. Yeah, there was a remake of the early Phantasy Star games. Like, I don't think that they were super well distributed. So, like, kind of the remakes of the Dragon Warrior series, which for a long time were Japanese only. Like, we got 1, 2, and 3 on Game Boy and Game Boy Color. But then they kept doing remakes for 4, 5, 6, and we didn't get those until much, much later when the DS ports came out. Phantasy Star had a similar remake during that era where you're getting a lot of nice improvements because you can have things like CD sound and tons of music tracks, and you're no longer really limited in storage space. But the type of remakes that they're doing at that era were like very, very different. That it wasn't really the kind of full redesign and implementation, but more like same game with pretty substantial like graphic and sound improvements. That was kind of the expected norm. And for a lot of the RPG ones, it was Japan exclusive for not wanting to like retranslate the scripts for these games. Which is understandable because the remakes are probably going to sell a lot fewer copies than the original ones did. And when they're doing the remakes, if they're rewriting all the dialogue, that's pretty much having to do the scripts from scratch. Phantasy Star 4 was awesome. I think of the Phantasy Star series, 4 would be like the strongest as the overall choice. But it'd be kind of tough to just do 4, like, unless they were doing the whole series. Spinning up the effort for doing it feels like it'd be a lot of work for a single game. It's a lot easier with a series that has many popular entries, because then you're spreading the same load out of the dev team across multiple games. Like, it seemed to work decently well for like the Suikoden remake, Saga Frontier type games, where even if they're selling them one at a time, it is pretty clearly going to be sharing the resources between the games of the series. And it feels like a bit of a hard sell to do anything besides 1 through 4 for Phantasy Star. Like, you either do like the whole thing or you probably do nothing. Yeah, Star Ocean is another one where they probably got a lot of leverage out of doing Star Ocean 1 and 2. And I kind of remember like the time that you're in 3 and beyond, that the design of the game has changed enough that you probably can't share a lot of things between that and the earlier games. Like, I feel like there's a very big jump after Star Ocean 2. I don't need this stuff down here. As you do, Lich. It's also possible that with Star Ocean that, based on whatever the sales were for the previous remakes, that's probably going to dictate whether or not they do more of them. I think from a nostalgia perspective, that Starship 2 likely was like the #1 in the series. Just had a much bigger ecosystem around it. And so probably whatever sales they got with Starship 2 is going to be their upper bound for the other ones. One away. We are almost there. And we are almost about to find out how boned we are going to be. Level 32. It's Lich time. And we're paralyzed, so try that one again. We first need to get through at least 6 rounds without stun touch or the stun spell hitting, which is a lot to ask for. A bunch of those. Sleep is 1 turn loss, which sucks, but what's sucking even more is when Lich is hasted. It's now going to be twice as likely to paralyze us. Good damage there. 200's really nice. The physical attacks are very nice when they don't stun. Okay, if we can dodge this hold, it'd be really good. Very good. And we got a chance. That's big damage spells. We can survive these two. That's important. Ooh, 103 is kind of low. There's the slow. If that hits us, we are totally done. And unfortunately, I don't think Diana's going to make it. All right, so that was okay versus Lich. We survived a pretty long time, made it through the damage spells. The big thing, I think we just have to average more. There was a lot of times that hitting like 50, 75, we need more like 200. Does fast make you attack earlier in the turn? No, fast does not affect your agility score. It's only the number of attacks. And for Lich, because he's got stun touch on his attacks, that very dramatically increases our chances of being stunned, which is kind of the bad thing. Sleep. Nope. That's 700 damage so far. Almost at 1,000. Yes, welcome in. And welcome to Lich's Pain Train. To our first of the 4 fiends defeated. 1,200 hit points is triple his base amount. That one was very, very close. So 2 really solid times. We had a couple more resets for early paralysis. The first one was very, very close as well. I think we were over 1,000. I don't know if we were over 1,100, which was At any point, like, one more big hit could do it. But that's why once it was slow on the fighter, it's like, your odds of doing more than like 40, 50 damage go way, way down. That was not too bad. Two hours. One lich. And one canoe later. We are out of here. And on to the really tough stuff. Now you need to do things like ordeals, which is going to be exciting. Ooh, nice X potion. That is pretty big. Every time we get a full heal on the fighter, it is a massive one. I was expecting to just grind out the zombie Ds. Go for the Mega Elixirs instead, because that's an enemy that is very consistent or predictable. Tiger, though, might not be bad. We're going to start running away pretty soon is going to be the biggest problem. Nice, Visk. Glad you're enjoying the Final Fantasy Tactics remake. We've been talking about many of the remakes tonight, which have come out over the recent years. At least just get to Crescent Lake. That is step number one. So random encounter battle. I mean, I do like that random encounters in the Final Fantasy Tactics remake are much more of an optional choice now. They're a bit harder for relative to when you're doing them, but you're not as forced into doing a whole bunch. So it's more like when you kind of feel like taking on the challenge, you can do so. That was a nice improvement. One-shotting trolls now. If we can make it to our deals, we get the ice sword out of there. That's going to be a very big improvement. Gold bracelet will increase our evasion scores a lot. Those maxed out. So that. And don't really need this, but I'll have a couple tents in case of trouble. 10 is mostly there for just healing up prior to going to a dungeon. You don't have to spend as many heal potions. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics has always had pretty extreme power scaling. Like, when it was just based off of Ramses' level. Usually Ramses was the highest level in your team because Ramses is going to be involved in all the fights. So it'd be pretty easy if you're doing a lot of grinding to get to a point where the random encounters start getting much beefier than the regular fights you're doing, and you get too far out ahead of like the equipment that you get. You don't really have the gear to kind of back up what you're doing with these. Those can be pretty tough. But if you keep it a bit more of a balanced team where everybody's kind of equally spread out for levels, you're getting a reasonable amount of story progression in as well, so that you have access to the better gear, you've got actually better characters as well. But it didn't really feel like levels were an issue for random encounters until you get to like the end of the game. Like there's a point where you kind of stop progressing for story purposes. But if you're doing like deep dungeon and grinding there, you're gonna get up to level 99, and then the random encounters get really ridiculous compared to the regular fights. And so the original, if you were kind of careful about it, it wasn't really a problem until the end. The hardest part of the solo challenge, well, I think it's going to be chaos for all the characters. It is going to be pretty different compared to NES, where NES is just the absolute Astos destroyer of worlds. But even for NES, chaos was generally like the big sore spot. Like you could have a character that can fly through most of the mid-game. Some characters are going to be easier at the start than others, but everyone's going to suffer at the end. And the big difference here is that probably there's less suffering at the start. You got a lot of utility items that are going to make it so that even if you can't physically kill Astos, you can probably throw enough fangs at him to take him down. Well, that's not going to help you with anything past that. Like, even Lich is probably going to be tougher than Astos for a lot of the character classes. As with Lich, 1,200 points is a pretty beefy amount. And I don't think you can have enough fangs to really do that. Might be wrong, though. One of the reasons why I'm doing the fighter first is that this gets me good information about how the game is likely going to play out for the other character classes. Because I imagine this is going to be the easiest of the 6. You start up very strong. You never really lose that strength, although fighter does not scale nearly as well as the black belt. You're going to still be pretty decently strong in the late game. So if the fighter struggles anywhere, then we know that everybody else is going to probably struggle harder. Let's weak to fire, yes. However, if you are not a mage that could already cast fire or harm, your intelligence score is probably terrible. So you're going to be using items that are going to probably be much less effective overall. Whereas the fighter was getting up nearly 200 damage on like the really good swings. That's certainly going to be better than what I think Fire 2 is going to do. I think Fire 2 is probably like 120, 150 for most of these character classes. And I mean, you need like 8 to 10 of those. And this is possibly optimistic. We'd have to do some testing to find out. The Silver Sword, yep. Silver Sword, once you get to Crescent Lake, which means as soon as you have the canal opened up, that'll be your best sword for a while. And then here at Ordeals, you pick up the Ice Sword, and that'll hold you off until you get up to the northern part of the game where Defense Sword and Sun Sword are available. My friend, do it with the nuking Batman. Well, I would hope that we do not get nuked by an evil man. Although it is possible. Still supposed to run away from these nightmares, although quite unlikely. We're not doing it once. We are doing it twice. Great class change. No, the idea is to come here for the Zeus Gauntlet, Gold Bracelet, and Ice Sword. But I would prefer doing this with no class change. Kind of the idea is that if you're going to be doing these really hard challenges, you might as well go for the hardest possible variation. That way it's definitively done. Whereas doing it with class change, yeah, it makes a bit of an easier improvement for the second half of the game. But it probably isn't like really transformational. And so I imagine that if the knight can do it, probably the fighter can as well. The knight would have a slightly better base damage with the Excalibur, slightly better defense with 42 points instead of 34 points from the armor that you can use. Is that going to dramatically change how the fights go? Probably not. But just in case, I will pick up the tail here, so that we don't have to come back a second time. And a solo black belt's work well. In the remakes, black belt has been changed so that you no longer have the big class change penalty. So starting in this version, things are very heavily redone. Intelligence is totally rebalanced. Magic defense is totally rebalanced. All of the equipment is updated. Like, things are not what it used to be like. And that's good in the sense that it makes it a little bit more modernized for how the game works, but bad if you are trying to port the strategies over that you used to use. Nice, got a Mega Elixir second try. Well then, it looks like we're doing a zombie grind. We're in a X Potion drop of a Tiger. Mega Elixir here. We'll get X Potion in Cardia, Elixir at the end of the game for free. Or there's the Mega Elixir and carries for it. It's either Mega Elixir or regular Elixir, but for the fighter solo, it does not matter. Either way, 2 Mega Elixirs. Alright, now this is getting kind of ridiculous, and I like it. Darkside Mystic, welcome in. There goes for the good wishes. Let's see, can we keep our Mega Elixir streak going? Look at it. 2 is still very good. 2 is more Mega Elixirs than I got in like an hour of grinding when we did the 4th Eve playthrough. I have no complaints. Yeah, Axiom, welcome in. Yeah, the experience is very good here as well. This is going to be our best grind other than the eye fight early on, and I will be doing an eye grind for a pretty good chunk of levels. So I don't have to go super hard here for pure experience, but it is pretty nice getting the Mega Elixirs. Also not far away from where you would be finishing the game, level-wise, on a team that had a really competent party. If it gives you a little bit of an impression about how much more of a challenge solo characters are. Wonderful grand spot, not in the remix. The remakes have changed the order that they populate the enemies into formation, so the big thing that made Waterfall really good is that on the NES version it prioritized putting Whiz Mummies in first, then it puts in Mummies, and then it puts in Cockatrice and Perilous with the space remaining. And so you get nearly entirely full screens of Mummies, with the really high value ones especially kind of very common. Where the remake changing that so it's the reverse order. You're just going to get a screen full of completely worthless birds. Very, very rarely will you even see any Whiz Mummies. And so the average XP per encounter is like maybe a half Agile. Yeah, getting 999 HP, oh yeah. All the character classes should be at 999, even the Black Mage. Because you have up to level 99. And even if you didn't get a lot of guaranteed HP gains, there's a 1 in 4 chance of a strong HP gain anyway. And because you got these extra level ups, you're going to really capitalize on the vitality gains. And that's going to make a big, big difference. Now, ideally you wouldn't have to go to 99 for the character class. I imagine that Black Belt is not going to need it. I don't think Fighter is going to need it. But you're definitely going to be a lot better off. I think when we did the all bosses challenge a couple of months ago, that was like maybe level 60, and I want to say that the red mages got to 999 at level 60 something. And red mage does not have a lot more vitality than a black mage in this version. They very heavily nerfed the red mage. So it's probably a couple levels past 60. There's a third mega elixir. This is the best zombie D grind ever. Like, I don't even need levels at this point. But the mega elixirs are just so good. Ralphian, thank you much for resubscribing back for 49 months of dragons being de-zombified. They still keep coming. And hopefully so do the mega elixirs. We got 3 mega elixirs now. 1 X potion. We're expecting to get 2 freebies later. That's already up to 6 full recovers, which I think is like the bare minimum for a fighter to beat Chaos. I would like to have more like 10. And this is something that you don't need any of them for the other fights, which Chaos is a big enough jump in difficulty that I would imagine that you probably don't need full recovers for anything besides Chaos. Like the Picture Master, yeah. Black Bolt's going to be very ridiculous, even by like 50 or 60. Like, you have such out of control scaling for Black Belt stats that it gets very broken very fast. The other character classes don't have nearly the same issues because they're going to stop getting equipment or spells. So, like, their base stats might continue to improve. But all of these fixed effects that interact with your stats, those are going to cap out at a certain point, and they're basically static at that point. So Fighter gets more attacks per round, and then eventually you hit a maximum. And Fighter's going to only have certain amounts of power that you can get from your sword. There's actually a better sword than Masmian, but going through the bonus dungeons is probably harder than beating Chaos. So imagine that Masmian's going to be the best you can realistically expect to have. And so once you get that, the only thing that you're improving is the 1 point of strength per level, which is very, very slow gains. At that point, you're going to be capped out on HP, so 999 is all you get. Your defense is going to be whatever it is. You might get a little bit of agility over time, so you can dodge more often. A little bit of magic defense, so you can get less spell damage. And that'll help a little bit. But it's going to be very, very small gains at a certain point. That is Mega Elixir number 4. Clearly, the solution to getting Mega Elixirs is just to have fewer characters. Our attacks are at 186. Our next bonus attack's at 192. I believe we are 2 levels away. At that point, we should be probably pretty consistently one-shotting zombies. And lucky drops, we were getting super lucky with the drops. The drop rate is very, very bad. It's like 1% for the enemies in this game. And most of them have pretty junky items, so you don't really care. But the ones that have something good, if you want to try and grind out the drops, it is a very long process. That's why it's nice getting the Mega Elixirs here so quickly, because pretty soon when we did the 4 Thieves, getting this many Mega Elixirs was probably like 90 minutes. If you don't do this, your best alternative is to get them from getting first place in the 15 puzzle, which you can do a couple times. The first time you just have to beat 30 seconds, and then you have to beat whatever that time is, and beat that time again. There's a 5th Mega Elixir. But after a while, it gets kind of tough to get a better time. Like, if you can get them within a half second each time through, then you can probably get 7 or 8 Mega Elixirs on the 15 puzzle with a lot of effort. But we're getting a lot of Mega Elixirs here with pretty much no effort at all. Blue Harvey. There you go, pretty good wishes there. Just hit our 7th attack on the fighter with this ice sword. So our damage output is really, really good now. Not quite always one-shotting the zombies, but very close. Range where our hit points spike up very quickly. So initially you're getting the bulk of your HP gains from struggle whips. Those are going to be worth about 25 a pop. But as the game goes on and your vitality score gets higher and higher, you get enough points from vitality that is actually a better source. And once that starts getting to be a pretty reasonable chunk of HP, then it just kind of rockets up. We get 6 Mega Elixirs. I would say we'd be in very good shape if we got a 6th one. Technically, we already have 6 recovery items because I got the X potion from the tiger. These levels is going to be hard to get more of because the tiger's just going to run away too fast. So I do this, I'm kind of committed to doing nothing but zombies for Mega Elixirs. I don't even know if that really is your best bet. Like, maybe it is, for these melee classes, a better choice to just go with the X potions. Because you could probably grind out a lot more of them per unit time than against the zombies. Is that true? Zombies got the big advantage of being a trap tile. And you don't really have an opportunity to get tigers in large quantities ever. This might be the better choice regardless. look at the people going. It might have been practical to do this in one night. I think you would need a lot of careful planning to fit this into a good number of hours. But we're 2.5 hours in. Our levels are already very good, although it's going to be increasingly longer and longer times to get a really big stack gains at the end. Like, we'll be getting maxed out at HP pretty soon. But attack and defense are going to take a lot longer to get really kind of finished off here. So it might be kind of deceptive for our progress. At least we're getting stunned less. Nice. Pretty consistently one-shotting now, which is why I'm taking a couple fights in between saves. But at the beginning, it was save every time, because you're going to have something go wrong like every 2 or 3 battles. Well, we can kind of stretch that out. 50 picked up. That would be the cap on levels in the base game. 99 is the cap here, so we still have a long ways to go for levels over the course of this playthrough. Hoping we don't need 99, but it is an option. Picked up. Still no signs of Mega Elixir number 6. Alright, we had a very good run earlier. It is hard to say that we did not get very lucky on Mega Elixirs, even if it has been a while since our last one. This is still not bad. 5 Mega Elixirs in half an hour. I guess at one point we were on pace for 200 Mega Elixirs per hour. It is not quite that good anymore. How about Solo Thief? Solo Thief is going to be a different story. But that's why getting experience from doing these easier character classes solo is going to really help out with planning those. I feel like once I do 1 or 2, it's a lot easier to come up with strategies for when the other character classes get stuck about how you're going to handle that. And as with Thief, it's going to get stuck really hard. The good news with Thief is that at least you start out with a lot of bonuses, so you can probably kill Bicky in, less than a couple hours. Astos is not going to be a day. It might take a lot longer than the Fighter did, but it's going to be way better than the PlayStation 1 version, I hope. The easiest class, I think Fighter is going to be either the easiest or the second easiest. Black Belt might be easier, as Black Belt doesn't have as many early game penalties, and is going to be really, really overpowered in the late game. Like, at this point, Black Belt would be doing such ridiculous damage that you would have zero challenge up until Chaos from here. Whereas Fighter is still going to be probably pushed a bit in the boss fights. Black Belt here is doing like 800, 1,000 damage maybe. And on NES, the big hang-up is that Black Belt pays for that power, because your first 15 levels are pretty miserable. Maybe not 15, but at least the first 10 are really bad. Whereas the remakes, Black Belt gets a significant early game boost so that they're at least moderately competent right off the gate. And by the time that you are past Bicky, Black Belt's already starting to see big damage output. They're going to be hit for a lot of damage, so surviving things might be tough. And again, if you're doing enough damage, you don't really need to survive things for very long. For just one more Mega Elixir. We get 8 attacks. That could be it. Yeah, I think you do not get 256. It's going to cap at 255, and then that means you're going to be permanently 1 accuracy point short of additional attacks. So I believe 8 is the most that we see for any weapon. And at this point now, that means you're not going to get any accuracy bonuses for your weapon upgrades. So going from Ice Sword to Sun Sword is less of a bonus than it would be in the NES version. And same with going up to the Madwood. But you'll still get base attack bonus for a while longer. Points. I think we are going to get out of here. I'll take this current level. We can come back if we need more Mega Elixirs. Hopefully we don't. But that was certainly an ordeal. The Wonder Swan version of Final Fantasy 1, it is very, very similar to the PlayStation 1 version. So kind of the legacy is that Wonder Swan was the first of the real remakes, and PlayStation 1 is adapting that with minimal changes. Like if you play PlayStation 1 on normal difficulty rather than easy, you are basically playing the Wonder Swan version. And once you go from PlayStation 1 to GBA, that's where a big change happens. At that point, it's not just playing PlayStation 1 on easy mode, but also you have so many other bonus items and things after the game that the game balance has totally changed. But the MSX version, so that's not really a remake of the same legacy. MSX is actually using the original NES/Famicom code base for things. It wasn't until Wonder Swan, which is after Nestega left the company, that they basically had to rewrite everything from scratch. And that's when you had the big change about how all things functioned. Whereas MSX was mostly about making it so that the game could run on a system that had relatively limited graphic and sound support compared to what the other systems had. And so MSX, if you look at that for Final Fantasy or the Dragon Warrior games, visually you will notice some differences. But gameplay-wise, it's pretty much the same as the NES version. velocity-wise, it's time to chill. Hopefully these levels will be able to run away from most things and not have to do really long fights. We'll also hopefully have enough magic defense that we are not going to get absolutely destroyed by cockatrices and stun touches and sleep touches and wizard touches. So that level up section will be paying some very serious dividends in the next couple dungeons. Now, the difference in bugs for the MSX version, I don't know if that has ever been really cataloged for what did or did not get fixed for the MSX version. My understanding is that very little got fixed for MSX. Whereas WonderSwan, it's using the original design document rather than the game code. So pretty much everything that is a problem where the game doesn't implement the expected behavior, that gets fixed in WonderSwan. As the monsters aren't right. I think the way that the running works for morale is basically you take your level divided by 2. So this is more like if we were level 28, which is still a pretty high level for the ice cave, but it's not as outrageous. And there's a lot of pretty late game enemies that in the ice version run away at level 40, and so if you kept the same scaling for it, the game would kind of break down in the late game. So I believe what they did was just kind of scale morale as if you were going to get roughly the equivalent levels between the two versions. Running into the cockatrices, I mean, you pretty much hate everything in the ice cave. It's really bad. Well, the fact that you could save anywhere. It would be even more horrible with the fact that you have a much higher encounter rate. And also the encounter location is not predictable like they are in the NES version. Like, this would be a complete disaster for navigating through with a single save. Do I need anything here? I don't think so. No flame sword required. I do have to get past this thing twice. Let's get the ice spell right here. It's not required, but it's just kind of nice to have. I think for a solo fighter, you are probably not running away from most of these things. But you're definitely murdering them. Replace gold bracelet, so now we get a bit more physical defense. I have 167,000 cash, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't. I guess because Zombie D is not as lucrative as I thought for grinding. Bit of a disappointment. I tried to get the chest here. Play the MSX without the screen refresh issues? No, it's pretty much how the console works, is that you don't have smooth screen scrolling. And as a result, you're either going to be doing very jerky screen scrolling, or you're going to be kind of doing a full screen refresh to get to the end of the screen and has to do one screen at a time movement. There's pretty much nothing else you can really expect with MSX games. MP game retroactive, nope. But I am not class changing, so I will not be needing MP for this playthrough. On the night, there's not really any spells that you care about anyway. Cure 1 and Cure 2 is all you can pick up, and that's going to be a very minuscule amount of healing, not worth doing in battle. It would be more interesting maybe on a ninja, where you had fast and temper, but you really only need to cast fast once per fight, so your MP needs to be very, very low. And rather than doing temper, you just do the power glove. I think even for ninja, it probably does not make too much of a difference. But it does make for one nice looking airship. Maybe the grinds. Zombie, we're grinding for megalixirs. This, we're going to be getting our levels, which, out of Agam a third, times 4, because you're a solo character. So really more like 5 1/3 Agamas per eye. Your levels are going to go really fast. And then it's like times 2, because it's an easy mode, essentially, where you have less XP per level. At these ridiculous levels, you're only doing a couple eyes per level. Is that 4 eyes or 5 eyes? Let's count out. 1, 2. 3. 4. 5 eyes per level. And I imagine it's going to be pretty stable from here, because like the original, like, the level curve flattens out very hard near the end. We should be kind of near the end of the line for getting our level ups. So I said, did the eye monster have wings? So Final Fantasy 4's got the Armon, which is the flying eyeball. That's used for the other variants, like Plague is an Arimon type monster. 61980, welcome in. There's for the good wishes and for the eye grinding. If everything went like super smoothly, you could probably do a level per minute. Maybe even a little bit and a half. So getting to 99 of this would be not exactly a huge amount of time. So we have to go to 99. It is an idea. thing is we do have plenty of things after this, which are also going to give us lots of experience. And we don't necessarily have to stop for most of the encounters. I would imagine there's not a lot of things that really going to be must skip around. And we're like, is it worth taking the time to swing? Or can we just go around it? Yeah, the money is also pretty good. Each eye is 3,225 experience and gold. Normally you're spending experience 4 ways, so you only get about 800 a person. But since we are not splitting experience, that is all pure, juicy XP to one character. Because these later remakes change the scaling, it's also way less XP per level up, basically cutting XP requirements by half. Put those two together. And ridiculous things happen. We're at 65 now. Only 49 strength? I guess you do not get as good of a strength gain on this version as I thought. Got 42 vitality, though, which is a lot. Luck and agility are pretty good. Intelligence stat is terrible, but that's kind of being to be expected. So maybe low strength score really the only thing that's going to be problematic later. I feel like you should be at least in the 50s at this point for fighter strength. And we'll see how we do. They're one-shotting basically everything besides bosses at this point. There might be a few rare exceptions, like I don't know if we can one-shot Gasties quite yet. But I imagine by the time we get there, we're going to have a couple more levels in the Sun Sword, so maybe. But it is looking pretty good. I would like to go to level 70 here. That's 67. Even better. 3 levels to go. So it's just kind of a guess about what would be good to go for. Like I said, a lot of the idea for doing solo fighters that I anticipate this being the easiest 6 classes, and so getting information that's going to be useful for the other playthroughs is kind of a big part of this. We might need that. But we are probably going to need everything we can get our hands on when it comes to solo. 68 done. $69, I'm still one level off. Pretty nice though. So next level up and we are out of here. Falcon, welcome in. Dan is about to be level 70. It gives you an idea about how well we're doing. Right, let's go. Double our money, so cash should be good for the rest of the game. Get out here, get our airship picked up. Should be able to cruise through all of the mid-game bosses, and then we get to have fun with chaos. Because that's where the real fun times start. Thank you for the good wishes, Dolphin. We will definitely have some work to do later on. But the good news is we're getting a good, very solid base to work off of. I think is going to help a lot. We've got the ice cave complete. We're doing carry. I wanted to have a ribbon and ideally a sun sword. That'll make it as fast as possible going through the rest of the boss fights. Getting a power glove probably not required for carry. Let's see. Best strategy here. Gonna take our airship, get carry items picked up. We're not gonna class chain, so we don't have to go down the very long hallways, but we have to do at least some of the hallways. At least grab the good stuff. Purring, get a bottle. Get our oxyal picked up. I would do the ribbon out of the waterfall, and then gonna do the mermaid item to get over to Mirage Tower. At some point, I'll probably have to do the boat. I'm trying to decide when would be a good time for that. Hermes used to be second place prize pool. Emergency exits there as well. If I get that, then I have to do a grind for the purple worms. We can get elixirs there. And elixirs as good as mega elixirs. That's simplifying our lives quite a bit if we can get all of our recovery in one place. Another question becomes, how many of these do you need? And should we have gotten fast for Lich? Don't know if that would have actually made a difference. Okay, so we don't need max HP, we don't need max MP. Max attack, probably not. You're just doing Power Glove instead. If we get any of these things, it would be probably defense up and agility up, but we probably don't have time to use these anyway, but I will have them just in case. Now we can go see what that thing was. Let me get my purring. One purring purchased. All right, that is it for purchasable gear in the game. Shouldn't need these anymore. It's the max at this point. High potion is probably better than regular potions for nearly everything we care about. That on. And sell off all the stuff that we're not using. So armor can go. I can't believe we got 5 mega elixirs from the zombie Ds. But these swords are definitely not needed. So I held on to the mid-tier magic swords thinking, okay, maybe there'd be some use, but no. There was not. We got those replaced. That's out of here. That's out of here. This is a very compact inventory. But remedies. Worth getting more of those. Remedies is just kind of like the all-purpose recovery item for any status event, rather than having the individual specific ones. So you get the general purpose one. Fantasy 4, that was a very rare item on the Japanese version. They just made it the default one for the US release. Kind of trivialized all the other ones. Yes, Carnality, welcome in. Thank you for the raid and for the Oxrail. It is appreciated. And welcome in, Zerkruber. Yes, Carnality, thank you for the good wishes. Thank you for the raid there as well. Mitsukai, welcome, and we are playing the GBA version of Final Fantasy with one and only one fighter. And so we're doing a pretty good job, even though our fighter is named Dan. We need to get the Cardia Island items here. Don't remember which boxes they are, but there should be an X potion somewhere in here. And for a solo character, that's basically a full heal. So that would be pretty good. There it is. Right. Don't remember if there's anything else good that they added to this one. That might be it. Hey, real squirrels, welcome in. Nonconformist overlord. I guess we'll check these. I'm not expecting anything else, although there might be an elixir back here. I feel like that X potion was the only good one. There's a dry ether, that's what it is. So that elixir is it, and I don't think either of these are worth it. Dry ether is a big MP recovery, and because we are not class changing, we do not have any MP. That should be it for Cardi. Passing service. With the group character service is not bad because you can get a half aggro worth of experience each. But if you can only kill one per round, you're going to get a lot of flame animations. It's just really, really slow. Step boosters is useful. The step boosters would be nice, but those would be very tough to grind out. The best way to get the stat boosters is to do the bonus dungeons. And they're going to be in random chests on random floors. You do the bonus dungeons over and over again, hoping that you get enough stat boosters per trip in to make it worthwhile, and it probably isn't. Like, just in terms of frequency, I imagine you're getting maybe 10 per hour. But the good news is that you can kind of know in advance whether a floor is going to potentially have them. There should be drop tables for all of the dungeons where it's like, on floor 3, here's the 10 items that could be there. Not guarantee that they will be there, but it would at least give you some expectations about what is possible. And that way you're only doing a couple of the floors instead of every single floor on the way down. But it's still like, each floor might have one of those items. And so you're going to be doing it a lot. Wow, that's so little damage. But at least we got the cube. Didn't need the cube quite yet, but I'm here for the ribbon so that we can get elemental protection for Gary. And while I'm here, I would like to get the defense sword, so please move robot. Keep going. Go further. Just a little bit further. Really sad as a mage is probably doing that much damage to Zeus Gauntlet at like level 10. You are very much feeling the lack of intelligence on this fighter. Go home. Enjoy our batless waterfalls. And maybe come back later to burn this place to the ground. This, by the way, is a dungeon that actually has a lower encounter rate, which is very unusual in this version. Almost every place has a higher encounter rate than the base game. But Waterfall and Marsh Cave, I think, are the two dungeons which flip that around. And despite having a lower encounter rate, this is still what we have to put up with. Down here, we got the ribbon on. This is it for defense for a fighter. Well, I guess we're going to get Opal Bracelet, which is going to give me a little bit less weight penalty for the same defense score as our Ice Mail is. We're not going to get any more defense over the course of the game. Weapon-wise, we can still get the Sun Sword, which is a couple points of attack better. We have 0 benefit for accuracy because we already maxed that out. But our base attack can still be improved by quite a bit. Bunch of those. That should be good for the entire game. I think all of that is set. I mean, realistically, I shouldn't need remedies ever. I'm trying to think about when it would come in handy. But I guess if there is some situation where you get, like, darked, then maybe it could happen. Again, the ultimate weapon, it would be probably harder than Killing Chaos to do the Pharmacy 5 and 6 bonus dungeons. So I think that those 2 dungeons is probably not worth it. Pharmacy 4 bonus dungeon, the best thing is going to be the ribbon, and with 1 character, you don't worry about having a lack of ribbons. Pharmacy 3, I guess you get those stat bonuses, but that's about it. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, the Mazvian, at the end of the game, we get the Mazvian. It is going to be used on 2 fights. If you have not seen the remix, it has a small number of out of cutscenes. Like, you get the bridge when you go first cross over it. You get the canal exploding. You turn the TNT. You get the airship rising up. You get the axial being used here. But they're all like 10 seconds long, so it's not a really major part of the game. I like these spooky ghosts, who are majorly scary. And hurt a lot. Wait, did we get a bonus level? I wonder if we hit 20 intelligence. We hit 20 intelligence. All right, so the way the intelligence system works is that every 10 points of intelligence is basically a breakpoint where you get an extra hit with your magic, just like you get extra hits with your weapons. So 10 points for intelligence, 32 points of accuracy for weapons. And it's a pretty noticeable one for the first couple. After a while, you know, going from hit number 5 to hit number 6 is going to be less impressive. We are still at the early phases. Okay, evasion plus 9, so that's maxed out. Well, not maxed out, but as good as we're going to get. Can't use anything here. Grab this and get out of here. I could probably kill Cracker with this triple. That would be not that much difference, no matter what order that you're doing the remaining things. Feels kind of nice to get them in the typical game order. I also still have an idea of getting my 15 puzzle items when we go over to Green Volcano. So there'll be 2 things out there. Oh, just another trip up here. Got one more floor to get across. One more bit of floor to get across. Get a one-way trip to the town of Belmont. And there's going to be no coming back from that. half a sea shrine done. It seems like it's easier to run from the canoe monsters than the sea shrine monsters. That's about the limit of what we can reliably escape from. And at these levels, I'm imagining you're not going to get that much better at escaping. We'll be getting some very severe food poisoning here at the Melmond Inn. It is a complete dump. There's cobwebs in the corner. The beds are made out of little rock. The food is the worst. But at least we can speak Lithuanian now. At least we never have to come here again. Melmond is done. Time to go pick up our chime, go to Mirage Tower, pick up the Sun Sword. That'll be nice to have. I don't think we even need the Thor Hammer because you can just use the Zeus Gauntlet instead. Dragon Mail's not helpful. I guess it really is just the Sun Sword. Well, still worth it. The giants are running. That's pretty good. Having these levels hopefully means that some of the really obnoxious counters like the sorcerers are going to be much easier. Because they don't really have that much morale, and if they're running away, then they are not murdering us. In the Vorpal Sword, there is a strict no Vorpal Sword rule due to the environmental hazards that it causes. Evidently, people were just throwing those things out the window and not disposing them properly. That's why we can no longer have any fun. We have the chime, though. We can still have that. The Toga Party. And level 73! Alright, we're going to continue taking up our levels a bit. I think we can probably get to somewhere in the 80s pretty naturally. If I want to actually go to 99, then we will have to grind at the very end. But this is hopefully good enough. It'll also be pretty good information for the later runs about how much experience can you realistically project getting at certain points. Just to know how hard you need to grind for things like thieves. The answer is probably very, very hard. When we do a Vorpal only run, that would be, thankfully never. They are very red in this version of the game. All right, time to pick up our Sun Sword here. And I'm pretty certain nothing else. Oh, I didn't pick up the Maid Staff when I was in Sea Shrine. That would have been probably helpful. Don't have a great AoE undead option. So there's going to be a couple of fights where, you know, like a lot of mummies or things where it'd be nice to have fire twos. But oh well. Well, actually, it's not until the top of this place, so only really doing that afterwards. Yeah, here's where it'd be nice to have fire twos. We got to pass. Hey, guess Andy, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes, and enjoy our solo fighter playthrough, which might be getting done in one night. I really thought this was going to be 2 very full nights. At worst, it looks like it's going to be a very short second night, if it is a second night at all. Hey, robots, beep beep to you too. Hello, Sun Sword. Well, last upgrade until the Mazmune. It's decent. That was like plus 100 damage. Wasn't quite sure if it'd be worth it because you are already maxed out for accuracy. So you're not going to get any of the additional bonus that you would typically get there. Like, normally Sun Sword is sufficiently better than the Ice Sword that it's like pushing you up an extra attack per round. But that's like 0 credit. And so we just have the attack bonus, which is a little bit smaller in terms of value. Here's the robots that go. Think of all the monsters that improve with the better graphics. The guard is one of the ones that was the hardest to figure out for the NES graphics. And looks really, really good in the mix. It's got so much more context around them being these little patrol robots. But previously, you did not. Almost done. We are Sun Sword tripping here, so yeah, at this point we just kind of start blitzing the bosses. It's decided, is it worth going back for the Maid Staff? It's not that far into the Sea Shrine top half. But is it ever getting used is the question. It might not be. be volcano time. All of this delicious lava will keep the monsters away. Lava was not delicious enough. What about the heal staff? It's just kind of like an emergency thing. Maybe we have to do a heal potion grind at some point. I don't think so, because you just have way more healing items than you do in the original. But it's like, just in case. I think based on what I've seen so far, I would probably not bother picking it up. Other big thing I'm thinking about is that I might not bother with the zombie mega elixir grind. Assuming you can get a good amount of regular elixirs off of the 15 puzzle, it's going to be less essential that you have mega elixirs. So ideally you'd be going right from that portion of the game to just grinding at the eye, which is a lot more efficient. Good there. Looks like it is time to get very carried away. Fiend number 2. It has been a while since we fought a fiend. And this one is probably not going to like it. First approach, just go all offense. See if we can do this without defense swords. It looks like the answer is yes. If Carrie is doing 100 damage with each of these attacks, I would probably defense sword up so that we'd at least get 3 rounds out of the physical attacks. But this seems like we could just tank all these hits. That is fiend number 2 complete. Also, I don't know who these other fighters are. They probably just followed Dan here. Andrew Elvis. Thank you much for resubscribing back for 73 months. Hope you're having a good time tonight. Enjoy our solo fighter playthrough. Soon going on to the boat. Let's get our 15 puzzle done. It should be second place prize pool. I forgot exactly what I want to do time-wise for this. I think I just need to put in any random time, like around a minute or so, and then work from there. So we can just take our time here, chill out a bit. The reason we have to be kind of slow here is we want to have enough room to put in several completions after this. To be kind of slowly inching down from 1 minute until we get all the prizes that we want. That should let me get enough prizes that I'll have a couple of Hermes shoes and hopefully a couple of elixirs and at least one emergency exit. Six, 7, 8, 9. All right. 60 seconds. That's going to be a third place time. Wait a minute. It's already got a minute on there. Never mind, I don't have to wait for this. I thought I'd put a minute time in there. But that might be PlayStation 1 version only. This one's already got a minute for second place. That makes it easier. We have to wait until 59 seconds for this one. I know, Busty Bookers, it's not a card game, but it's still a mini game. They had these from the beginning. 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Hermes shoes. So we got one haste item. That's great. That's one of the things that we want to have. I don't know if we need more Hermes shoes or not. It would be kind of nice to have extras in case something besides Chaos needs them. Or I guess worst case if you got slow-tooed. But I think at minimum you want to have one Hermes shoes, one emergency exit, and as many elixirs as you can squeeze in here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, there's emergency exit down. Getting really good luck here so far. Being forced to be good at it, there's definitely some amount of skill involved just with like seeing the solutions really quickly. But a lot of it's just knowing what the basic patterns are and kind of applying a few really simple things over and over again. 5, 6, 7. All right, 2 emergency exits. So probably don't need any more of those. That's what we're looking for. We have a few things that are nice to find. Needed one emergency exit. Got it. I need at least one Hermes shoes. We got that. Be nice to have a second. And then we need elixirs. And those should all be the same prize pool, which is good that we don't have to do the third place for the Fangs. For some character classes, like the Thief, who have really terrible early game damage, you probably are going to need Fangs to kill Astos. Maybe Lich as well. The Lich would be really, really rough with those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, nothing. Be 55. Doing the 50 puzzles is a pretty big gamble because you can spend a lot of time doing these and walk away with only a handful of items. At least with the monster farming, you're getting experience as a bonus. Either, so that's useless. I might be fine just because we got a ridiculous number of Mega Elixirs from the zombie, so I don't need as many elixir finds here. And it's a question of how risky do you want to be at Chaos? Because you can go over there. I've got the emergency exits to be able to pop in and out. Well, that's a pretty big trip. You have to redo the fiends and all that in order to try again if you don't like what you get. It is questionable here. Just how far you want to do once you have the emergency exit and the hermit shoes picked up. 2, 3, let's do 4 here. Alright, once again, nothing. I'll go down to 50. We'll do 4 more of these. Or I guess 4 including this one. I can always come back if we need more things. Hopefully we do not. 1, 2, 3. Alright, got an elixir out of that. That's a good one. So we have another full heal item for Chaos. But I don't know I need to have fast for the other bosses. We should be able to tank things without too much worry for everything besides Chaos. But just in case that's not correct, I'm going to save a lot of time on the clock. So I can go all the way from this down to 30 seconds, and if you really wanted to, you can try and jam in like 2 completions per second. I find 1 per second is about as good as you can reliably get. Right, another emergency exit, we've got way more of those than we need. This one is 51 coming up. Oh, 50 will be our last one. One more Hermes shoes would be nice. One more elixir would be nice. Derby, they're not as much. Will be the finish for this. Good night and welcome in. Hope you enjoy the solo fighter playthrough today. This is just a guess about what equipment that we want for Chaos, but I'm optimistic that we got a good amount. 7, 8, 9, 50 is done. Another emergency exit. No, I'm not going to play anymore. I have enough emergency exits, thank you. explosion from the tiger. We get a lucky one here. Nope. It is an Agamath experience, but the real reason I'm doing this is unrunnable. You not get any indications of which fights are unrunnable, but if you have played the original, you probably are familiar with some of the ones that you have seen throughout various places in the world. And while they didn't have to keep the unrunnable concept, that was more of an implementation artifact of how the NES version worked. Like, you'd have some fights that were linked to boss fights because of their placement in the encounter table, and some fights that were unrunnable because they were used to block chests. They wanted to make sure that you couldn't get the item without having to do the fight. Well, that's something where, technology-wise, by this point, you could have easily made it so that only that specific chest battle was unrunnable, and everything else could have been purely fixed up, which would have been nice. That is something that Pixar Master did change. There are unrunnable fights in Pharmacy 4. I mean, there is a couple of differences. One is that the treasures just become monster in a box instead of trap tiles. So those are going to be ones that you can't get the reward unless you do the fight. That kind of solves that problem. And for bosses, those tend to be a lot more conspicuously marked for anything that is unrunnable, and you get the information that you can't run as a message when you try to run. So it's no longer as penalizing because you're not guessing about it. Like, the run rate is not that good for a lot of the game, for a lot of character classes. So if you fail to run, like, you don't know that it's unrunnable. It's just like, maybe you're getting unlucky. And that kind of is what makes it hurt a lot, is that you might spend a long time running and then realize it's just not working and you die. Whereas the reason is because it's actually programmed that you can never run away. We were so close to this main stat before. Just did not think about it until I was out of the dungeon. But now we're set. Alright, so we got a lightning item, we got a fire item. The ice item is in Sky Castle, so we can't get until we go up there. But at this point, I do need to grab the power glove, and that's about it. You would not want to miss that. It would be so bad. I think it must be a lot more daring than normal about traveling the dungeons without saves coming. It would still be more efficient in a lot of floors to just saves come across them. But this way I get a little bit of experience as a bonus. And it's probably not that much difference of a fight at the end of the day. Also, I can definitely say that our run rate is ridiculously better than normal. Like, it's weird playing this game where the running actually works. I don't need any more ribbons. Let's go and grab Power Glove. Well, some unusually large and very deep eyes. That will definitely take these things are worth actually more than one Agma, so Big Eye plus Shark, that's 2.1 Agamas. One of the best fights in here outside of the water metals. If they roll all 3 of them showing up, that could be a pretty large amount as well. And of course, we're going to do the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. Well, it would definitely hurt. So I think it's almost certainly going to be more Power Gloves than any of this other stuff. Potions I probably only need outside of fights. Let's move up the things that we need inside of fights. That's Giant, that's Mage. Gonna move our big recoverers very far away so we don't accidentally use those. High potion, remedy, regular potion. I could put antidote there as well. Let's do that. Speed drink's pretty good. The defense sword is pretty good as well. I should have that almost up here. I think I don't really use regular potions all that much, so let's put those down there. Alright, good for now. Good forever. Going to grind the Pixar Master version. It is very different for a lot of mechanics. And it's one of the ones where I don't really understand a lot of the balance changes. Because some of them make the game easier. And some of them make the game harder. Without a lot of rhyme or reason for what happens to those. And especially egregious like things like changing how the mechanics of bosses work, where up to Pixar Master, every enemy that uses spells or skills uses them in a predictable order. And it allows them to kind of space out abilities, so like you don't get the nastiest thing over and over again. And you don't get the easiest thing over and over again. You get kind of a steady progression ramp. And it also lets you do things like have an enemy that has a weak spell first, like the Evil Man, which does X-Fur. But if you let it stick around too long, it'll do Nuke. It becomes a lot more interesting of a fight where, you know, it's on a timer as opposed to just kind of struggling through it at random. And because they randomize those, depending on the luck that you get for it, it could either completely trivialize the battles, like Lich might not cast Nuke, free fight, or Chaos might do Nuke 6 times in a row, and you've got no chance of winning. So it's a little bit frustrating, like, seemingly very small change is going to have a very drastic impact on how the game plays. Crag is about to have a drastic amount of damage put upside of his head. Alright, down to 2 hits already. Let's get double defense sword up, that should be enough. NES version double defense sword would be totally good. You wouldn't even be thinking about getting hit at this point other than criticals. In this version, enemies continue to have accuracy scaling past 255, which was the cap in the NES version. And as a result, you might need more evasion as a result to get things kind of maxed out. Oh, it's going to be very noodly here very, very quickly. Don't worry about that. It's cracked. Not nearly as cracked up as you might imagine. Also, it is looking like we will be able to finish Solo Fighter in one playthrough. I'm going to probably do a night of Extreme Fantasy Final Fantasy tomorrow. We'll kind of go back and forth between doing the challenge runs and Extreme Fantasy Final Fantasy, so in the event that the challenge runs finish up faster than expected, which tonight it's looking like this is going to be probably a one-night instead of two-night challenge, and that just means things get even more extreme even faster. Out we go. We're at level 80, which is about where I thought I would end the game. And we will probably get a couple levels between Sky Castle and Temple of Fiends. So this is looking more like we can probably push mid to high 80s. Not having to do anything like sitting around and grinding post-Masium. See if that makes any difference for the fighter. I feel like we are kind of topping out a lot of things. We have maxed out our accuracy score a long time ago. Attack power is still slowly increasing. Hit points have been very maxed out for a long time as well. Hit points we maxed out like shortly after Lich. .53 strength. I don't think we've gotten a strength point in a while. I'm wondering if you just don't have any guaranteed points after a certain level. Because we definitely haven't hit a stat cap. That would be, I'm pretty certain, 99 for all of your core stats. But I want to say we were 10 levels ago at like 50. And I'm seeing fewer and fewer stat ups with all of these level up messages. That way we got agility, and I think that was it. This guy, on the other hand, is required and also very blue. Also very dead. If it wasn't for Thunder, Blue Dragon Grind could be kind of interesting. I think, though, by the time you get it, it's probably not worth it. I'm going to skip the Bane Sword. Don't think that ever really helps. I will get the Black Shirt. I'm going to skip the Adamant. I can try to remember which side is Black Shirt. I think Black Shirt is on the right side of the chest. Bainsword 100% effective. It does work every single time, I've heard. But that would just make things too easy. Also, Dan is still banned from the Bainsword after what he did last time. Solid Sword, welcome in. Enjoy some of our Final Fantasy Solo Fighter Challenge here. We got the black shirt. Alright, so that's gonna go, let's say, probably in there. Good. Does the remake nerf Bainsword versus Tiamat? No, Tiamat is still about a 1 in 7 chance with Bainsword. It's only Tiamat 1 that's susceptible to it, so it's kind of a nice Easter egg, but not really super overpowered. All the Fiend refights take away their elemental weaknesses, and in this version, you don't have the 3 in 256 chance of ignoring the weakness, so you can't just get lucky and Bainsword them anyway. It's completely ineffective. And that means, yes, you can Bane Tiamat, you can actually Bane Kraken. Kraken's not weak to it, but he's got a little bit less magic defense. And so the rate of Baning is actually not that bad. Now I can't cast fire spells. What is my poor maid's gonna do? Probably use swords. And possible. Going to use violence on Tiamat here. Sky Castle on the side. Yeah, the Sky Castle gets progressively lower with all the remakes. So it starts out in outer space, and then I'm going to guess by the next remake, it is going to be actually located underground. Four picked up. Let's pick up our fourth and final fiend here. Let's tackle the Tiamat. All right, the munching is a little bit hard, so definitely thinking that the defense sword is good for this. So it's the HP of the Black Belt. Black Belt still has very good growth. Black Belt is actually buffed because you get a stronger early game. I'm gonna need some power gloves. So I think Fighter really kind of unchanged for the most part. Red Mage heavily nerfed. Way less capability with magic and way less HP. White Mage pretty much unchanged. Black Mage, better magic, so a slight buff. Black Belt, better early game accuracy, so you have the ability to actually use your fist very early. And then Thief gets like all kinds of buffs, and it still does not help. Now, Chris, thank you much for resubscribing back for 93 months. Definitely hope you're enjoying our Final Fantasy challenge run tonight. And I've had a great time with Fantasy Final Fantasy. The difference in HP is that you get fewer guaranteed strong HP gains, and you're relying more on the fact that any level can be a strong HP level. It's just a 25% chance. And that means that certain character classes, if you get a couple of bad levels in a row, can dip far behind, or conversely, if you get a couple of good levels in a row, can jump far ahead. But it's RNG rather than kind of predetermined for those. I mean, ultimately, it's probably going to even out, because you're going to have twice as many levels as you would in the original version. Getting a streak of bad luck or good luck to run for an extended period of time is pretty much impossible. But yes, when I was doing speedruns many years ago of the GBA version, there would be a red mage, who was always named Dan for some reason, that would get like 200 less HP than the other red mage. And it just happened. Every single time. Let's have a good time. 2,000 years back in time. That's right. Dan's going after chaos. And if everything goes well, we should be maybe 30 minutes from being done. April Forum. Now you get emergency exits from those, which we got like 15 from the 15 puzzle. It was really excessive. Yeah, the PSP version is actually really nice. I think it is the best in terms of just graphics and sound. Like, it is the pinnacle of the pixel style for a lot of these games. And while the Labyrinth of Time is certainly kind of an acquired taste, like it is ridiculously hard, it's kind of fun to do once. One of those things I recommend that if you haven't tried it out before, trying to complete Labyrinth of Time with all of the best ending for the floors is a fun goal. Gas Dragon's worth a lot of experience. There peace tier with PSP version? Yes, there should be. Probably off of the main menu, rather than in the game. Peace theory, I would not recommend on the PSP version. GBA is pretty rough, but you can kind of do it. PSP, do not do it. You do not want it. The problem with PSP is that with Labyrinth of Time, there are 8 different versions of the final encounter, and each of those counts as a different entry for the bestiary. So not only do you have to do the dungeon 8 times, which is really hard and very, very long, but you have to know how to get the correct sequence of level completions and failures to get the right version of each of the final boss. There we go, that's Elixir on the right-hand side. Knew there was one more recovery item somewhere in there. I like the fact that Dan did not forget the loot this time. Now we can go beat Chaos. Mega Elixir drops. Come on, Zebedees. One more Mega Elixir for the road. You can do it. They cannot do it. Full 88, though. I'm taking a lot more of these fights than I would normally do, just because getting some extra levels here might help out at some point. Okay, we kind of capped some of our important stats, but there is plenty of other things that we are going to be continuing to improve on, mainly for our attack damage. Even at level 88, you still are not outrunning the Frosties. They are kind of ridiculous. Give me preemptive. Take that. Oh, they took it. And they did not like it. Only thing I really want here is purple worms, if anything. And even that's just an encounter that is worth a good amount of XP. It's not really a necessarily nice fight. Because from here on out is probably going to be pretty much the case. We're going to have a Discord. I'm probably not going to bother. I do have a Discord set up in case I need one, but it is not something I want to spend time doing the administration stuff for. So I am currently planning to leave it unused. Hey, Storyteller Tiamat. Welcome into Temple of Fiends and to our solo fighter challenge with far less hours than I thought. Dan might be saving the day. The one thing I think that the Discord will be good for is just for like people talking about Final Fantasy strategy. It'd be good to have all the stat stuff in there and information for things like that. It's the only thing that you can't really get replicate it anywhere else. But it is a fair bit of work for a thing that is probably going to get used only infrequently. What if we petrified Dan to stick him past Lich? It would be the perfect plan. And Lich would never suspect a thing. What is our strategy here? I don't need to defend. This attack is not all that threatening. Probably need some number of power gloves. I guess we'll start kind of figuring out how much buffing is required for the fights. I think I did 3 against Tiamat 1. So probably 2 or 3 good enough for Lich, and same ballpark for Carry, and then we'll start ramping them up after that. The 90s. I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, it was something like 5 Agamas, maybe 6 for levels before, and I think the level curve flattens out. So if we're starting to get encounters here, which are worth 2.5, 3 Agamas of experience, even more for some of the ones on Tiamat 4 downstairs, we can still get levels very fast here. And remedies, which are very useless. And our first of our Fiendry fights. This be maxed out at 999 NES as well. Yep, 999 is the max for all the versions. The difference is that because NES limits you to 50 levels, a lot of character classes are going to hit the level cap before they hit the HP cap. With 99 levels, even though you're getting a little bit less guaranteed HP, you should have enough runway that everyone, even black mages, should hit 999. One down. This is at least 1 Agworth experience. Maybe more. Yeah, the knight is likely to hit 999, although it's not guaranteed. Black belt is guaranteed. Even if you get the worst possible rolls, you will still hit the cap. If you get the worst rolls on the fighter, I think its minimum is something like 850. So you don't need that much better than the worst to get 999. And then for everybody else, it is very tough to get super high levels. Red Mage, Thief, White Mage are all going to be kind of squeezed out past about 800 or so. And the Black Mage is going to be real tough to get past 600. All right, number 2. This one we probably do need defense swords on, so this is going to be a little bit slower fight. Oh yeah, we definitely need defense swords. Better. And we need offense swords. Really maxing out Dragon Warrior 2. That is a game that takes a very long time to max out. You get pretty close, and then you find out that it is infinite time to get like the next couple level ups. And they're worth like almost nothing. There's, I think around like somewhere in the 30s, a level where basically all of your bonus stat gains go to like 0s and 1s. So after a while, you're getting very, very little for each level ups. You're not getting any more spells. Those get all unlocked. I want to say Moonbrook's Chance is the last one. And then there's just like nothing for 10 levels. But yeah, the first time I played Dragon Warrior 2, I also got a ridiculous number of levels. I don't think I maxed it out. But what I didn't realize is that in Dragon Warrior 2, if you kill the bosses in Hargon's castle, as long as you don't reset, they stay dead. If you reset, it will bring them back up. So you can't save the game with them partially defeated. But you can keep retrying and retrying, and it gets much easier because you only have to kill one boss per trip out there, and it's really hard getting through Hargon's castle. So that information would have dramatically improved my Dragon Warrior 2 experience. Expensive Foreigner, welcome in. And stat gains go negative in Final Fantasy IV only for certain character classes. And it's because these characters were not meant to be in the party at the end game. So like Tella, Yang, the characters that are in your party at the early and mid game that permanently leave, they are kind of like wacky for what they do in that game. Thing is, if you still have Tella alive and you're level 70, you are doing something very wrong. Protein has the best Dan. Dan may not be the hero that we need, but Dan is definitely the hero that some of you deserve. Anybody says, nope, this challenge is to kill Chaos with a single fighter the entire playthrough. This is when you can actually see that we have not ever leveled up the other characters. On the NES challenges, you just kind of have to trust that the other characters were not used if you don't go into like the menus and things. We can see it very, very clearly here that they still have their starting 35 hit points. And that's kind of neat. The funny thing is, Tella can also spam media. You just have to underflow his MP. And then you can use it as much as you want. But he still does. Yes, I welcome in. And welcome to our third Fiend refight. Things are getting noodly very, very fast. I'm going to do a third defense sword here. Kraken can't do much with spells, so I would really like to have physicals neutralized as best we can. Unlike NES, you don't have a guarantee that you're going to be getting perfect evasion all that fast, but you can get very good evasion very quickly with a couple of defense swords. Get our offense up here. This is 2 power gloves. We're going to go with 4 power gloves, see how that does. These guys in Final Fantasy 14, they do have all of the fiends in Final Fantasy 14 by now. Most of the past Final Fantasy games are pretty well represented at this point. They, I have heard, have Agabus, although they're not nearly as good. We've got 1 Kraken complete. 3 down, 1 to go. And then we're on to Chaos. Well, slight detour, gonna get the Masbian here. Then we're on to Chaos. Masbian is kind of important. We're not going to get any accuracy bonus from it. We are still going to get a pretty hefty increase in attack power. That will save us at least a couple power gloves. That was the most embarrassing fight ever. The new Final Fantasy 14 expansions, yeah, they probably got a bit behind because of Final Fantasy 14 working on Final Fantasy 16 for a couple of years. And even if it's like technically different teams for doing these things, like the fact that a lot of the creative people are involved in both likely drained a bunch of energy out of that development. Man, get out of there. It's only like 5,000 agility worth of elemental. You don't. Now I know I should probably save Roth. Nope. Solo characters most fun to do. I mean, this was actually pretty fun. I was expecting Solo Fighter to be 8 to 10 hours, so we just blazed through this way faster than anticipated, which means not a lot of tedious stuff required. I think this is pretty good news that Solo Black Belt is going to be really fun as well. That one's going to be ridiculous, where it's not going to be as easy at the start, but it's going to be really, really funny at the end. As for the other ones, I don't know how the other ones are going to be, but at least we have a chance. I was actually a little bit worried that it would be like nearly impossible to do even these easier character classes, but this has been not bad. 24 attack power from that Masbian. Pretty good, 87 for attack. Base on there. Accuracy is totally maxed out. Only 2 real battles remain. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Wow, that is a lot of damage. Also a lot of experience. Like, Dana's now level 99. We hit the max. I got way more experience than I thought here in the last 2 dungeons. So that is good information as well. On to Tiamat. Probably should defense sword. Tiamat's got a lot more dangerous of a spell list than Kraken does. So the defense sword is okay, but I think it's not going to be as important for your survival as getting into your damage much faster. It's a little black belt chore. NES solo black belt is just really miserable for the first dozen levels. And even after that, it's like not great for another couple levels. So you probably go through way more pain getting past Bicky than the entire rest of the game combined. And that initial bit of pain just like takes a lot of the fun out of it. Whereas with GBA, I think that solo black belt, because you're gonna get a big starting boost to your accuracy score and to your unarmed damage, shouldn't have that same misery, and it might be a bit slower than the fighter. You're gonna have a lot worse defense, and you're gonna have moderately worse offense for a little while. But it won't be like the same extent. Definitely NES, I can see that. Unless you're really committed to it, it'd be a slog doing solo black belt, even though it's not that many hours. It has not been that many hours for us to get to Chaos here. Final battle tonight. We got plenty of elixirs, mega elixirs, X potions to buff up with. Hermes shoes, I hopefully do not get hit with slow 2. That is, unfortunately, only 1 Hermes shoes. I tried to get a second pair from the 15 puzzle, but instead we got a billion emergency exits. Let's see how we do. Might take a couple tries. We might get it first try. We will find out. Enjoy. Alright, still hitting for a lot of damage with physicals. Probably 5 of these. I have to kind of guess about when to do the full recovers. I've got a very limited number. So if I burn them too early, it is pretty bad. Alright, miss, miss, miss! Okay. Miss with the slow. I think I'm gonna do an X potion after this. That is our physical evasion up. And we're gonna work on our offense. Use the Sung Pixmaster? I don't think so. I think the Pixmaster does not use any of the content that was added in with the remakes, which includes the boss themes for all the fights. Which is a shame because like they're really good. Until, yep, Swirl Tornado is still a non-elemental. Or I guess no is the answer to your question. Crack, the only difference is that the skills are going to be in the reverse order. So instead of starting with crack, it ends with crack. So far, so we've had a lot of rounds of physical attacks, which has been excellent for us. Bastet. One more power glove here, and I think we're going to go. There's Cure 4, so this is a pretty good time to start swinging. Yes, he's got 20,000 hit points. Five rounds. Maybe 6. We'll recover after this. Been very fortunate so far with minimal amount of recoveries required, so got plenty of full heals left. Good staying on skills. Skills do a lot of damage, but they are way more predictable than the spells. You really don't want him going through a spell list. But his Nuke is spell number 8. As long as he keeps using skills, he will never get to that, because he's at spell number 4 right now, which is Cure 4. Got 2 damage spells, Fast, and then Nuke. There's the Fast. There. Here's our solo fighter playthrough. In 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 21 seconds. That was really a lot faster than I thought. And I certainly hope you enjoyed it.